too. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett, and I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast.
I have a new episode of this, and it's really good.
Would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies? Greetings.
I had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, there's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom. In select theaters this weekend.
Well, I've got a warm heart and a playful spirit.
Metal. Robert Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight metal, midnight metal, midnight metal.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your sober Duke of Dope Discourse. Not entirely, but sober Duke of Dope Discourse. Your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, yada, 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 yada. It's been a long week. It's time for some Midnight Metal. This is Midnight Metal episode 54. Can you believe that? 54? 54, my God. Well, you know, it wouldn't be a Friday. Friday is kind of our introspective, erudite night for Midnight Metal, and it wouldn't be a Friday Midnight Metal. You know her, you love her. She's yeah. So, are you feeling metal tonight?
Robert, it's Midnight Metal. It's Midnight Metal.
I can't believe it. We're here again. My God. And you know, I got to tell you, there's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about tonight. Now, we're supposed to have Lael Rockwell. I don't know if you've seen the link. He might be sleeping. It is 3 o'clock in the morning, after all. You're both on the East Coast. Yes. Hopefully he'll show up. But if he doesn't, that's okay. We can soldier forth. And there's a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, I can't not talk about the most metal thing that's happened all fucking year. And that is Bill Shatner going to space in a giant flying dick. I mean, if you saw him on Anderson Cooper, he was talking about insertion, and oh my God. And so on one hand, you got to love it. On the other hand, there's a lot to talk about. Should he be doing it? What is this billionaire space race? What is going on here? And I want to talk about that philosophically. What does it mean? Also, I want to talk about Dave Chappelle. And I want to talk about the war inside of Netflix, the fact that I don't think after watching The Closer, the people that are all outraged, I mean, are they really listening to what he's saying? I mean, he is an equal opportunity offender, and I'll tell you, as a Jew myself, when he's talking about space Jews and all that, I get his meaning. I know where he was going with that, but I wasn't offended. And I think that what's really interesting is the fact that comedy is being used as a fulcrum or a free speech. The very idea that people are now conflating ideas or comedy routines. And by the way, comedy routines all the way back to Lenny Bruce, Richard Pryor, Chris Rock. You know, there's a long history. Eddie Murphy pushing the boundaries of what is acceptable behavior. And I think the most incendiary comics, we used to have a a much more, I think, educated population that would stop and realize, like, if you look at Dave Chappelle's comedy on the surface, you're missing the point. And I think a lot of people are missing the point. A lot of people are now screaming and yelling and bitching and moaning and complaining about things. Everybody wants everything they want now, and they don't understand, like, we're part of a continuum. There have been activists fighting for rights for a very, very long time, and even that, like, where we're at, what's going on, where is our civilization going? That's what we're going to talk about on Midnight Metal, because that's what we do.
Yes.
And also, I want to say, you know what's fucking metal? Let me tell you what's metal. Fucking Hot Wheels Unleashed for the PlayStation fucking 5.
You're actually playing, Robert?
Oh,
playing on your PlayStation?
Oh my God, I was don't tell Elizabeth, but I've been waiting for this game. I looked at the playthroughs. This game is hella fun. It is fun. I really, really, really like this game.
Is this the first game you're playing going back into PlayStation now, or
no?
Or have you been?
No, I played a few other games, but I just haven't bought any. And I got that, and I had to get this. I haven't cracked this open yet. Final Fantasy, the remake of Final Fantasy. I had to get that.
Yes.
I'm getting back into, like, I just don't have lots of time to game. And what's interesting is the thing about this game is you just pop it in, turn it on, download what you need to download, and you're off to the races. And it's not an easy game to play, because I don't like to start on easy ever. I like to go either medium or hard just to start with until you get frustrated and then downshift. Well, I know. I'm always medium or hard. You know how that is. And even at my age, which is a pretty good way to be. I don't need ED drugs, let me tell you. But this game is really fun. Although I didn't realize there's so many, like, in-game things you can purchase.
Yes.
I don't like that. I like having to earn things. I understand why they do it. There's so much revenue to be generated. But it does annoy me when the first thing you put in is a game, you're starting to play it, and you can just immediately start paying for things and upgrading. Like, with the amount, if you're paying $50 or $60 for a game, give me the game. Don't make
in its entirety.
Don't make me buy a bunch of shit. And I know that, and that's kind of the way video games have gone. It is decidedly unmetal.
Yeah.
I just want to say that. This game is a lot of fun, though. I mean, even when you first start playing it, it's really, really fun. It's fast, it's furious. You can build your own tracks. It's a really cool game.
You're lucky to have a PlayStation. I mean, I wish I had one.
Well, it's funny. I've been mostly using my PlayStation 5 as a Blu-ray player, a 4K player. It's really good. Just like my first Blu-ray player was my PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
10 years ago. And actually more than 10. I think I got my PlayStation 3 13, 14 years ago. An ex-girlfriend of mine gave it to me, and I love that thing. But
and I got a lot of good use out of mine as well. So yeah, it was worth it.
I still have my PlayStation 3. I think it probably still works. I mean, I've been going through, like, I've still got my game, like Infamous, Ico, which is I'm looking at all the ridiculous, the Arkham games. So yeah, I mean, what do you do when you don't have backward compatible video games? I mean, I don't like that. Why doesn't PlayStation 5 play all the old PlayStation games? I mean, I understand why it can't, but still.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. First of all, I gotta ask you, since we're talking about it, and since I don't like to be totally self-aggrandizing on this show.
Are you?
But I think that I would like to talk about William fucking Shatner.
Yes.
Now, I am an unabashed lover of William Shatner. Dave Parker, who's in the chat, he is not so much a William Shatner fan, and with legit reason. But I would ask you, what are your impressions of the man, the myth, the legend, he who is Bill Shatner? Before talking about him going to space, what are your impressions of the man?
Well, I've loved him forever. I mean, ever since, and not just for Star Trek, but for everything else he's done as well.
Right.
And my mother often talks about how good looking, he is, even now. And so he's always caught her eye. But I think that the man has integrity, and we flock to him because we want that grounding feeling from someone who we know what to expect, how they're going to behave towards us, towards the community. And he has demonstrated what we hope a person who's going to be a role model for all of us would be. And he handles himself like a pro. He can take knocks from other people and walk away with grace and dignity. I think that he's someone that we all can find a lot of comfort in when he goes from day to day, realizing that the world is not a fair place. And, even with all his accomplishments and, things that he's done, just in general, you may not get, the proper treatment just because you've accomplished something. And so I think we can learn from him that, the world you're not guaranteed to get that sort of treatment from the rest of the world. Now, something that he does do is that he treats other people the way he wants to be treated. And I think that's also very important. So despite, criticisms, despite, naysayers, he just keeps on keeping on. And there isn't anything that anybody's going to tell him that's going to stop him from doing what he wants to do and kind of behaving in a way that we're all just really proud to see in an individual who's under so much public scrutiny.
Well, I mean, I have to say, I've been watching him. He appeared on Anderson Cooper before he went up into orbit and after. Mm-hmm. The man his wit is sharp. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who's 90 who is that sharp, that witty. Certainly somebody who would go up into orbit. And he's a man that, I mean, I worked with him 22 years ago, but the guy he's a testament to a life that if you continue to stay engaged, he's riding horses, he's playing sports, he's always been really active, he's always been very inquisitive. You look at where he's at 90 years old, talk about an example for everyone. And, right. I have to say that one of the most disappointing things that I think I've seen in a long time it sums up where we're at in the modern age. Jeff Bezos comes over to Shatner as he gets out of that capsule. And Shatner is about to start telling Bezos what it was like for him to go up into space. And Jeff Bezos turned his back on him, grabbed champagne, and starts spraying it, and offered Shatner some champagne. And he said, no, I don't. Like, here's a man who has obviously had a profound experience. And everybody else is like, even Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, let's spray everybody with champagne and not listen. This whole thing, everyone else, all the other people that went up, like, and Shatner, a man who literally is facing death. I'm sure he wakes up every day wondering, am I going to get up today? Mm-hmm. And I mean, even though he's in great shape, he's still 90. My grandfather was in great shape at 97, but one day, in the middle of the afternoon, he had a heart attack. He called a cab and went to the hospital, but they couldn't operate on him. They wouldn't put him under general anesthesia. And 36 hours later, he was no longer with us. And he was in great shape before then, and you never know what's going to happen. And here's a man that just went to space, and luckily, Bezos had semblance of mind to turn and ask Shatner. Well, they had that conversation. And you could see Shatner cried. He was struggling for the words, and he was rather profound, talking about, shooting past our atmosphere and how he's looking out into the void. I thought it was really interesting that he categorized the cosmos as being death. Yes. When really, if you went further, the cosmos brings us life. I mean, all of us, we are, as Carl Sagan said, we are all star stuff. I mean, that's where we're from, and watching him grapple with, like, he clearly had a profound experience, and now, we're so jaded as people, especially us. We're so media drenched. It's really difficult when you see somebody actually grappling. Like, he just had this experience.
Yes,
he hasn't had time to process it. You could see when he got off the capsule, he was in his own head. It was like he walked out and went, yes. Hello, everyone. I'm back to Earth. He was clearly, and yet everyone's, let's spray champagne. Let's get our Instagram photos, everyone. And no one's interested in illuminate. Like, what was it like, man? And,
Yeah.
and what he said on Anderson Cooper, it was interesting. He said, look, it was all make-believe. You know, and he had been to NASA, and they named the first space shuttle Enterprise, which, again, was a mistake. Star Trek fans are like, let's name the first shuttle Enterprise. Of course, that was the shuttle that was never going to orbit. It was a test bed shuttle. You should have named the second shuttle Enterprise, so it would actually go into space. But, you know, nobody thinks. This is our civilization. Let's pump the brakes for a minute. So, I don't know. What did you think? Did you get a chance to look at Shatner and his response and read his quotes?
Yes, I did. And to kind of add to this, one of the reasons why I wanted to go to the New York City Comic-Con is because Bill Shatner was going to be there. And, there's a lot of excitement about this because it had been a while since we've had cons, big cons. And, I wanted to see him, and I did get to see him. And if this tells you anything, like there were barriers, we had these plastic barriers and we had masks on, but, he made a point of coming near the group of us who were taking photographs with him. He made a point of coming close to us. And I think he wanted to kind of like make a connection with us. It wasn't an accident. He could have walked all the way behind, but he came out in the front for us to see him. I took a short video of it. And honestly, that made me very happy, but I think it made him happy too. But more importantly, I wanted to see him before he was going up in space. And of course, one very interesting thing about this is that at Comic-Con, one of the highlights of what he said was that he had some, fears about going into space. And I think that this is the type of stuff that he does that makes us love him even more. The reality of what's happening to him, he doesn't hold back on those experiences. And it was no different when he came out of that capsule, Robert, when Jeff Bezos is looking at him, and you can tell that Shatner was different, a different person when he got off of that vessel. He penetrated the atmosphere.
He did.
And seeing him float around later on, like they had video of that. I think, when we talk about why was it that he was the one who went up into this capsule, is because he does have cultural significance because he was the captain of the Enterprise. So I think that what it did, though, and part of why, in addition to sort of like breaking a record of the oldest man in space, is that he's taken a voyage that hopefully many global citizens of the future may venture to take. And it's that approach, it's that idea that there is that hope that anyone can do this. And it doesn't matter, like when you look at age, even Wally Funk, who was the other woman who went up into space, and she's been in the space program forever. And she went up this year. I mean, I think what we're looking at is how, we're seeing older people. How do we even look at our fandom as we're aging? And,
you brought this up before we went on. Could you elaborate on that? Because I think that's every day somebody sends me the man screaming at clouds Simpsons meme. It's like, I get it. Like I must have received it hundreds of times, and everyone who sends it, I understand they all think they're the first person. Like, oh, I'm going to send Rob that man shouting at clouds meme.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, let me just tell you about that. I've heard it before, but what I find really interesting about where we're at now is it is depressing to me how the modern age has so little sense of history or understanding. I mean, I'm constantly shocked how little people actually know about recent history, even in fan circles. Somebody, and I understand, tweeted to me today, well, TOS is boring and it has terrible acting and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, first of all, that's great. I mean, when people send me those kinds of things, it's a put down. They're putting me down. And I'm like, I don't care. It's no skin off my shoulders, but I will always send people a clip. I sent him back a clip. I said, watch this clip from Balance of Terror when Kirk and McCoy are talking. You tell me that there hasn't been, in the last 12 years of Star Trek history, there has been nothing, not one bit of writing that comes anywhere near to this one scene that was in Balance of Terror. Mm-hmm. Two men, it's even one shot. It's Shatner and McCoy in a two shot, and that's it. And it's an incredible piece of work. And I feel that, our default position now is snark. It is disrespect. It is not. I want to know where.
Not reverent.
No, where where is the sense of awe and wonder? I mean, I certainly had that growing up. You know, whether I was watching horror, whether I was watching sci-fi, fantasy, and even the world as a child, even now, I feel a sense of awe and wonder about the universe. And Shatner had a moment of awe and wonder in his own life, and he's trying to grapple with it at the same time. Blue Origin has turned him into a publicity stunt in order for Jeff Bezos to say, hey, I got one over on Elon Musk. But to be fair, Jeff Bezos did buy the model of the motion picture Enterprise, the 8-foot, the best miniature ever made, and it is in the lobby of Blue Origin. So his bona fides are definitely in place. But I wonder if you could elaborate more on the idea of aging fandom. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so unfortunately, not all of us are as welcoming to older people, and this isn't an ism rant.
Sure.
It's just something that I've noticed is that for the first time, aging fandom, it didn't exist before, and now they're kind of documenting our journey. Like for an example of that is, let's say, William Shatner at 90 going up into space, or even Bezos, who is not a young man, and that's fine, but he's trying to hold on to a certain level of youth when he saw Shatner as he came out of the capsule, you see. So I didn't interpret it as rude. I'm like, Bezos himself is so elated by this that he can't see what's in front of him. He has to react physically somehow. And then he kind of pulled himself back a little bit. And he says, wait, I've got to hear what Shatner has to say. So I think that it was just an adrenaline rush that he got.
No, it's true. I shouldn't slam him too much because obviously there was a lot going on. I guess it's like, for me personally, I was so on the edge of my seat waiting to hear what he was going to say because, I was watching that live when it happened. And I was so, and I was more acutely aware. And there's been a lot of people that have written about it, but you're right. But, when you talk about, but the whole idea of aging fandom, I mean, the first media, the first big media convention, the first Star Trek convention was only in 1972. Now, we had literary conventions for science fiction. The Hugo and Nebula Awards have been given out. The World Science Fiction Convention had been around for a long time. So science fiction as a fandom was predominantly a literary-based fandom because most science fiction movies and shows were not good. And when they had the first Star Trek convention in 1972 in New York City, then things started to change.
Yes. And so looking at, sort of aging fandom and I'm one of the people in this category. I'm definitely one of the aging fandom. One thing that I think is very interesting is that people were very skeptical.
Come on, you're 30.
Exactly.
The Sandmen are going to come for you.
People were very skeptical and doubtful for older people to be going up in space. And they did, some sort of research studies, where they put them under the strong centrifugal forces to see if they can survive it. And of course they could. But the point being that, and I think that this is very important, is that even when you are aging, you still have to take risks in life. And, this might be an example of that. Life doesn't stop when you're 90, and you may take an incredible risk at that age. And, it does the excitement of taking that risk, the excitement of the impact that risk can have on someone in a venture like this is just so incredible that, it's not defined by age. And I hope that this kind of can change the perception of perhaps some people who felt that like this was wrong for him to go up. And why was he even doing this? This is not even that important. And I'm like, well, it's got to be important to someone because he's going up and doing that. We can't go ahead and push aside what's important to him just because we feel that he shouldn't be doing that. I mean, that's wrong. So, let him enjoy this. We should all be enjoying it. It's up to the individual. They enjoyed watching it. I enjoyed watching it. But I think that they are sending a message of, it isn't over yet. And the opportunities for us to sort of like have our society go to that level of sentience that we see in Star Trek, which, may be unobtainable right now, but maybe it is obtainable. I mean, we don't really know. And so I think it keeps this hope and spirit of adventurism alive, but it does not discount all the other concerns that we have. I mean, what if we go into space and make first contact and find a solution to a lot of the problems that we have here on Earth anyway? I mean, you just never know.
No, and if nothing else, I mean, William Shatner proves he's reinvented himself. He's got a new album out, Bill. The fact that he's 90, I mean, he's reinvented himself so many times. Star Trek was a failed TV show. It barely survived 3 seasons. It had to have a letter writing campaign to get a 3rd season. Mm-hmm. And then in the 70s, it wasn't like Shatner's career was burning up the charts. He was playing like villains on Columbo TV movies, or his show The Barbary Coast didn't last very long, and he didn't he didn't become a movie star until Star Trek the Motion Picture came out. So for the 70s he had a rough time of it, and then the 80s he came back to series television with TJ Hooker, and it lasted. And then of course he did all kinds of things, Rescue 911, and then of course he reinvented himself, I'd like to think, beginning with our film, Free Enterprise, but then he wound up on The Practice and at Boston Legal, winning 2 Emmy Awards. And what I find interesting, what's so, to me, inspiring about Shatner in terms of his life, is he's never stopped. He's never once stopped and said, well, I'm this age. And it was really interesting how when he came back to Earth and he talked to Anderson Cooper, he said, pulling those G's during the simulations, I had no idea. They can't simulate how rough it really is, and how hard it is pulling 5Gs and what it feels like. And when you watch him and he's talking on TV, I defy anyone. If someone didn't know who he is, he does not look 90 years old.
No, he looks about maybe 65, maybe.
65, 70 or whatever. And you think about it
and like a good looking 65, like a attractive.
Yeah, he's still got a twinkle in his eye, and the way he speaks. And what was really interesting is watching what happened in that capsule.
Yes.
Once he got used to zero gravity, he turned around and he was just looking out the window the whole time. Yeah. Everyone else is throwing Skittles or, we're in zero gravity. And Shatner was out. I mean, there's that great picture people have been sharing, a frame grab of him just looking out the window.
Yes.
And I think that what was going on in that capsule is a real metaphor for the world today, the world we live in. Everyone else is floating around in zero gravity and enjoying, microgravity, whereas Shatner's at the window looking at like he said, life and death. He was literally looking out at what he's facing on a daily basis. And he's still an actor. He can be vain, I get it. And I thought that what was really classless was George Takei, who I'm usually a fan of. When he comes out and says that, look at what shape Shatner's in to do this kind of thing, I'm like, bruh, he's 90. What do you expect, that he's going to look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club? I mean, no. The guy's 90 years old. It's not like he can, slam those weights. You use Chris Hemsworth's new workout program that you can get on social media and sign up for it.
And he walks around like he's 90 and he walks on his own without a cane.
Oh yeah, walks on. He still rides horses.
Yeah.
And it's, to me, I mean, not just because I was a fan of Captain Kirk. And William Shatner played Kirk, but William Shatner's not Captain Kirk. And that's kind of what our movie was about. But working with him, I mean, I got to work with my childhood idol. And not just work with him for like a day. And we developed a second script. We were going to make a second movie with him, to the point where he was getting costume fittings and all of that. And looking at him now, I still want to make Free Enterprise 2. I mean, I still think it could work.
I want you to make Free Enterprise 2.
I mean, I really like the script, and I think you still could do it. I don't know if we could get insurance for him, but he only has to shoot for 5 days. So, I mean, I'd love to do it.
Could it be done like independent film style, Robert? Like, is that, or is that not?
The Free Enterprise 2 is a much bigger movie than the first one. We need about $8 million.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be like an $8 million movie.
Well, kind of adding to what you're saying and looking at, everybody who goes up in that vessel, the journey is going to mean something different to them. So, how they respond when they're in the vessel, like I would probably like just be in so much awe and wonder, that I wouldn't even know what to say or do. So I wouldn't be as clever to say, like, let me pull out some, like, I wouldn't even be thinking about that. I'd probably be more like, I would hope it's not that I even care what the other people in the vessel were doing. That's their business. As far as I'm concerned, I would just be so ingrained in myself of what I'm doing. Like, I don't even like roller coasters. So they'd have to like force me to get on that vessel. But one thing I can say is that something like this, it builds a future to lead to other discoveries and accomplishments.
Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely it does. And that's, and also the inspiration of it all. I mean, what I find so interesting now is we now live in a society where we'll make fun of the fact that a rocket looks like a dick. As opposed to, we can now send people into orbit. The rocket that Shatner had gone up on, it had been used 4 previous times, gone to near Earth orbit and landed like a rocket ship from a 50s science fiction movie.
Yes, it does, right on that helipad thing.
I mean, and both SpaceX has been doing that. And what I find so interesting is the rockets that we have now, especially SpaceX's Starship that they're building, looks like a 50s, like I used to think 50s rockets looked even antiquated, but I love them anyway.
Yes.
And now the world we're living in, we're having 50s sci-fi rockets that are going into orbit for real and coming back down. And yet our civilization is so far up its own ass that we're like, that rocket looks like a dick.
But Robert, we need to see these types of accomplishments in order to aim higher. And an example of that is, you hear a lot of people who are accomplished or have reached their goals, whatever the goal is, and they'll say things like, they saw someone do the impossible and that encouraged them to go further. Like Whoopi Goldberg talks about, and I could be wrong on this, but I think I'm right. Whoopi Goldberg talks about seeing Uhura in Star Trek.
She does.
Recall this story? And she very specifically said that she looked on, Whoopi Goldberg's an incredibly talented woman. She looks on the screen and she says, what? A black woman on TV who isn't a maid on television? And, that impacted her. I mean, she talks about that. We interviewed her for the Next Generation Blu-rays, and she said that because Uhura wasn't just a black woman that wasn't a maid. She was part of the command crew on the bridge of, at the time, the most powerful technological achievement of humanity and other civilizations, the heavy cruiser Constitution class Starship Enterprise. Yes.
And what I can't even imagine, and this is what I mean by, we live in a world where people don't understand anymore what that meant, what it was like to grow up and not see. Now everybody wants all of their rights immediately right now. And it's this is a process, man. And we were on a good path. And it's been completely derailed by our, I don't like to say just woke culture, because the term woke I'm uncomfortable with it because of its origins. But the idea that just because everyone is getting a voice now doesn't mean their voice is worth listening to. And what we have to start paying attention to is not the color of the person whose voice we're listening to, but the words that they're saying and what they're saying. And that's something that we're losing. True acceptance and true openness in our society first is being able to listen to what people have to say, all people, because there's been so many people that haven't had a voice. But that doesn't mean that all of those voices are worth hearing. They still have to say things that are valuable. If you want a voice and you want to be seen and heard, you damn well better have something that's worth looking at and listening to.
Absolutely. And, I do just kind of want to go back to Wally Funk, who we already mentioned or may not have already mentioned as being the oldest woman to go into space and the oldest person to go into space before William Shatner broke that record. The idea of not ever giving up on your dreams, and her reaction, I'm not going to say that I know 100% all of her reactions to when she went in space, but she was a little different. Like after she came out of the capsule, she was kind of like, you could almost feel it was like a detente, like an easement, because because this is something she's been pursuing her whole life. Imagine that goal that you've been wanting to do forever, and you don't reach it until I think, how old is she? She's in her 80s.
Yeah.
Imagine you're not going to reach that. That might be our reality for many of us. You know, when we watch Star Trek and shows like that, science fiction shows, the age of the average person may be progressively getting older, and that's great. You know, like, I think it's fine. We're going to see all ages, but we also have to realize that this entire generation, our aging fandom, are here, and we're not going anywhere. And we're going to continue to try to achieve our goals, and hopefully, you know, society will progress to where we want. There's a lot of excitement and, you know, for the future that we got from this, and it's just, I'm pleased as punch, Robert. This is fantastic.
Well, I agree. And this idea that, you know, my mother is 82 years old and she's still very active and very in great physical condition and smart as a tack. And like I said, my grandfather was 97 when he passed away, but he worked out 3 hours every day and he had a very regimented intake of food. And that's what kept him alive. You know, he was diligent about it. So I came from a family where aging was not necessarily a bad thing. Mm-hmm. And if we're going to start, even though life expectancy because of COVID is dropping a little bit, but if we still are able to, like, if you think about it, I mean, when Shatner was 70, he could have hung it up. I'm 70 now. But if you think 20 years went by, so the same amount of time between when you're 30 and when you're 50 happened between when Shatner was 70 to the time he went into space.
It's a lifetime almost for some people.
Yes, and I just think about the fact that people are very different between 30 and 50. And people think that, well, when you get to a certain age, all age is the same. You're just having varying degrees of elderly life. And Shatner's proven you don't. Shatner has proven that when did he ever stop moving? Going to conventions every weekend. You know, he's busting his ass. He's doing so much stuff. Album comes out, book comes out, flying into space, going to conventions. Although,
what can't he do? What can't this man do?
I'll tell you what he couldn't do is be a part of Star Trek Day, and the Star Trek, the official Twitter and their social media did not congratulate him.
But that didn't stop him, Robert, and it doesn't diminish his accomplishments. And, you know,
no, it diminishes where the Star Trek franchise is today, though.
Yes, and there were naysayers, you know, in addition to that obstacle. See, that's a reality of life, and I hope that people can take that away as an example, that there's still going to be obstacles even when you're 90. I mean, I know that there was an article about one of the British royals who kind of chastised the pursuit of this flight. And honestly, you know,
William, let's say who it was. Come on.
Okay, it was Prince William. And, you know, we need confidence in achieving our dreams now more than ever. There can't be a situation where someone breaks you down or pulls you down because they feel that you're not focusing on the right goals. You know, that's not cool. You know, I think that we can do both, like what William Shatner said. Can't we focus on more than just one goal?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's all the idea that, well, we have to fix all of our problems on Earth before we go to space. Like, no, you have to do all this stuff at the same time. All of our progress. And by the way, that America, that our private industry, whether it's Elon Musk or whether it's Jeff Bezos or whether it's Richard Branson, I know he's a Brit, but it's private industry. It's these guys, and hopefully soon women will also be leading the charge. We need this. This is how our civilization is going to progress. And there's, again, well, these rich people that don't pay taxes and this, that, and the other thing. I mean, my God, how many people are they employing? And, well, all the cynics. And I can understand that. Well, their working conditions are shitty and this, that, and the other thing. I get it, man. I do. But Jeff Bezos one day was one dude in a room trying to start Amazon almost 30 years ago.
Yes.
He achieved the dream that everybody hopes to achieve. He was his valedictorian in high school, you know, and he went on, self-made man, created something, literally changed the world. So did Elon Musk. I mean, he was a prodigy. He created new things. He sold his first company and then used that money to create PayPal, what became PayPal, sold that.
Right.
Tesla, the Boring Company, building tunnels, and now SpaceX. I mean, it's not like that guy's just spending money on bespoke suits and cars and mansions.
Men's Warehouse. And we also can look at this from the point of view of the fact that William Shatner is not an aviator. You know,
No.
he's become an aviator in this occurrence, but he's not, you know, as far as I know, that's not his passion or anything like that. That's not something that's on his list. It's on there now. But when you look at somebody like Branson from Virgin Atlantic, he's an aviator. Like, you know, he started Virgin, the airlines.
Yeah.
But just because you're, you know, you don't have to be an aviator from this point going forward in order to pursue discovery into space or in that way anymore. I mean, things are a little different now. And I think that, you know, one of the very important things we have to realize is that, you know, there will be changes in roles in your life. And, you know, maybe you used to focus on, you know, cars or, you know, I don't know, some other sort of transportation. Now you're switching to rockets. And so, you know, we may be seeing more and more of this. But, you know, this is the type of stuff that, you know, I don't think we're going to see again for a long time. I think that we're very lucky to have, you know, people wanting to pursue this type of activity and to successfully pursue it and bring other people along for the ride. They could have just done it for themselves. They could have said, you know what, you know, this is only open to us. It's only the Billionaires Club. But they didn't do that. And I think that they're going to continue to open it up to more people and show, you know, more people that it is a potential for everyone. And I kind of like that, Robert.
I look, I do too. And the fact is, our government, because of partisan politics, has become so ineffectual. And there's no, will real change ever happen in this country? Will one side can't allow the other side to do anything? So our government has been effectively paralyzed, and there's no way. I mean, you look at NASA, it's amazing what we still have multiple probes on Mars. We've got probes all over the solar system. It's amazing. Voyager 1 and 2 are still transmitting. You know, they're in the heliosphere. Maybe they've gone into interstellar space now. I don't remember. I think they actually probably have left the heliosphere. But there's so much that we should be proud of, and yet our government, I think we've become so infantilized about getting things done and accomplishing things, and the infighting that happens, and we need private industry to be doing this kind of advancement, whether it's computer technology, and you know, a lot of these guys. I understand that on one hand, would I love to be a billionaire and not struggle in my life? Sure. But these people are also driving technological innovation, and they're using money. They're using money that they've gained to change the world. I mean, it's hard. I understand it's hard not to be cynical, and you can say that, well, you know, people, they're using foreign labor and all that because, well, foreign labor's cheap. You know, it's just the world is the way the world is, and are people not supposed to take advantage of that? Are we supposed to what? Sing Kumbaya and not? I mean, the fact is, the idea that the world is a fair and just place is a fairly recent idea. You know, human civilization is not exactly a litany of beautiful, wondrous moments that people have facilitated for their fellow man. We're a horrible bunch. And despite that, we have people that are building a future, trying to push forward, doing things.
Yes.
Look at a guy like Jimmy Carter, also in his 90s. Not a great president, but he's out there building houses. You know, he's out there swinging a hammer himself. And if there's another American you could look toward and say, I like this guy, it's what Jimmy Carter represents, the salt of the earth. Some people would say, like, well, you know, he was a religious man. I don't care if you're religious. If that helps you become somebody that I can admire, great. You know, but I feel like now we're living in a land where people are screaming and yelling and bitching and moaning. But what are you doing? Are you building or making something? What are you doing? How are you moving outside yourself?
Yes.
And I understand that there's a lot of people that are very resentful, but you look at Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and you can hate them if you want. And I understand why. There's a lot of reasons you probably could. But these are guys that made things that didn't exist. You know, they changed the world the same way that people who like came up with Bitcoin and crypto are changing the world too. Boy, did I wish I got in on that when I could have. Somebody said, "Would you like to buy some Bitcoin, like $10 a coin or whatever?" I'm like, "What?" This was like 10 years ago. I'm like, "Boy, am I an idiot."
What about, Thomas Bartholdi in the chat says that Star Trek means something to me more than it being a show. And, I think that that's something that we all absolutely have to accept, because this has gone even beyond our fandom, hasn't it?
Oh,
Shatner is iconic, and he's even more iconic now. So, I think that in addition to the fact that we love him, Star Trek has become more than just a show now, and it is influencing our society.
Oh yeah,
I mean, yes. Go forward and push people to think about things perhaps in a different way, or inspire them to do things that perhaps maybe they weren't going to do before. Yeah. So I think that's a very important comment that he said.
Yeah, we got some super chats. People are firing in super chats.
Yes.
Louis Terrasa sends in 2. His first one says, "Bro, I'm hard as fuck. Ha ha ha. Shatner in space? Yes." And then he puts a little flexing emojicon. And then he goes on to say, "Thank God you're uncensored, because our country is soft." Well, you know what? Here's the thing. I think people we are having social change that is necessary. But I also think that we want to have social change, but everyone is so afraid of offending. Or look, life is offensive. And if you're going to get mad at what somebody says, you can, and look, someone's words, I don't care what those words are. They can be the worst kind of hate speech. You can't blame a person. You can't blame somebody else for acting on someone's words. I mean, maybe you can it might be some kind of causality, but the fact is, we live in a free society, and the basis of our civilization is being able to say whatever you want, especially if you're expressing ideas. Now, the idea, do you want to say fire in a crowded theater when there's not actually a fire? That's something I don't think you should be able to do, because you can cause a panic and people can get trampled if they're in a theater thinking they're in a closed space and there's a fire. But if you have a comedian speaking and he's in a venue where he's supposed to be a comedian that has never backed away from any kind of social issues, and as I said before, he's an equal opportunity insulter. And if you suddenly want to decide that, what he's saying is somehow wrong or bad or this or that, where does that end? And the Chappelle controversy, to me, is so indicative of what's going on, where people are hearing here, but they're not paying attention to everything that he's trying to get across. They're just hearing what they feel like. I'm offended.
Yeah, the reaction was quite mixed to it, wasn't it? But I found his comedy show refreshing, because I love to hear about wet pussies. I love to hear about glory holes. I love to hear about all that good stuff. And he wouldn't hold any of that stuff back. He had jokes about, no one was off the table. Everybody was fair game in this. And, I think he probably could have gone even further with it, because I would have liked to have said, and I did say this before, I would have liked to have seen him talk about, OnlyFans a little bit and kind of parody them, and, because they've been in the news so much, and how exhausted these OnlyFans, people are from having to provide these sexual services online to people, through everything for the past year. It must have been so exhausting. Or how Twitch wanted to do away with those hot tubs and beach parties, with people in G-strings or whatever they're in. But I think that, it was very interesting. He even talked about feminism in some of this, and how he walked away from $50 million, but it didn't stop him from saying occasionally, "Suck my dick." Like, it was wonderful to hear that brashness, but clearly he felt that there was a need to kind of make a point too. And there's one part where he talked about a pussy being an impossible pussy, Well,
that was in relation to trans women.
That's right.
He was saying that and I understand that there's a lot of there's a lot of look. I've talked about this on the show before. I mean, I do think that we can't scientifically diagnose it yet. But I honestly believe that people who are trans are truly, their minds, their personalities, whatever, they truly are born in the wrong body. And it because of a naturally occurring thing that happened during when they're in the womb. Now, I say this only because as a person of science, usually these things will eventually be, I mean, the idea that somebody has too much estrogen or too much testosterone or whatever that they get while can you get testosterone in the womb? But too much estrogen or whatever, I do believe that one day they will be able to actually define and say, oh my God, yes, your mind, your brain, you have the brain of a female, and you were born in a male body. So
yes.
It is, and I believe that will one day be quantifiable and absolutely diagnosed by science.
And
so,
we've seen people who fall into this category in previous years document their experiences, like in that documentary that Mikey Lito has about his aunt. My Name is Pauli Murray, which is on Amazon
which
Prime.
is, by the way, a great fucking documentary.
You know, one of the things that they point out in the documentary, to add to what you're saying, Robert, is how she kept all of her letters, and these were very private, intimate details about how she felt. You know, why am I having these feelings? Why am I reacting this way? You know, and this was very important because we can see that there's a history of it. This has probably been, around since the beginning of time. But seeing the documentation of it, we know that there's something more to it than just saying that this person is different. You know, there's definitely some sort of science-based background. And she went to scientists and doctors searching for help, and they didn't have answers. You know, there's a bit of irony. The Danish girl might have been around the same time that, Pauli Murray, was active or a little bit before her time. But, it was a well-publicized story. And, of course, an Academy Award-winning movie about, a man who went ahead and had a sex change operation. And so I think it's very interesting, kind of looking at it because it's not something that's new. People have been, pursuing the thoughts of doing these types of things for a long time. And they made a movie about it. And, of course, go see My Name is Pauli Murray, which is on Amazon Prime. But more importantly, Chappelle kind of, looks on the light side of some of this when he says, he was going to go to this person's child and say, I knew your father, and he was a wonderful woman, kind of, looking at things and saying, even saying that he accepts the realities of our lives, which is not always, one gender or the other necessarily.
No, but I mean, but now you read, I forget the name of the woman. This woman wrote a book about. I've watched her speak. She's very eloquent about. There is call it an epidemic of teenage girls who are based on their own normal insecurities that kids have had forever. They're now deciding that all of these things in the world we live in is forcing them or pushing them toward gender dysmorphia and deciding they're non-binary or whatever. And because of all of the ideology that is being talked about and pushed in all those things, and everybody we have two things happening that I think are problematic because they're being conflated. One is you have people that are genuinely dealing with real issues, like you said, Pauli Murray was asking scientists, why do I feel this way? Mm-hmm. And she knew it was a very real condition. And, the trans community is not saying, well, I want to go from my gender to be gender unspecific or non-binary. I am a woman, and I know that I am a woman, but I'm trapped in a man's body. And I believe that is absolutely true. I think that is an absolutely true thing. It can't be medically quantified quite yet, but it will be someday. And I think it's real. Nobody wants to transition into being a 65 gender peacock, whatever, rainbow thing of, they don't want to do that. That's not what people want to do. People want to be who they are. they want to be free to be the people they are. And I am all for that. And now most of us, a lot of us can't understand what that means. It's alien and scary, and it's off-putting to people because it's not the norm, but it truly exists. So on one hand, you have a real reality of people trying to be who they truly are, who they were born as. They're trying to come to terms with all that. That's on one hand. On the other hand is that when life gets hard, and things don't go the way you want, you're looking for something to belong to. You're looking to be part of a group. You're looking to be part of a movement, and you're grasping onto things that don't necessarily, they're not really what you need, but they feel like that's what you're getting. So on one hand, you have real struggles with real issues that are happening, but then on the other hand, you have people that I just want to feel better about myself, so I'm going to create the 78th gender or the 97th gender, and we're going to be all of these things. And I'm like, okay, it's hard for me to get behind that because what you're saying is contrary to science and biology and all of that kind of thing, and it's hard. It's hard to live in that world. And I think that I posted an article on Twitter today about the Boston's Pride Parade and how what happened, their entire organization, the LGBTQ community in Boston, imploded in on itself because it was just, people wanted to radicalize, and it's, I understand everybody wants what they want. Everybody wants to be a part of this group. Everybody wants to feel like they're making a difference. But the question everybody has to ask is, what difference are you making, and what is it you really want? Do you want to affect real societal change, or do you just want to feel better about yourself by using activism to be the thing that makes you fills the void inside of you? And if it's and then you have to ask yourself, so it has to be a certain kind of activism. You're only going to get behind one thing the way you want it. And I think that, when you get involved in these kinds of things, you have to ask yourself, what is the bigger picture? What are we really doing here? And how does our activism fit into other people's activism? And what is the history of where we're going and what we've done? Where have we come from, and where do we want to go?
Well, you talk about that infighting issue, and he kind of alludes to that in his special, where he says that after this person appeared as part of his show, all of a sudden this person became sort of a target of their own community.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm not going to say that he was suggesting that the person, met their demise because of this. But what I am going to say is that it wasn't cool that they were being criticized in that way for that reason.
Well, what's so interesting is that the fact that people's own communities suddenly are now deciding, oh, you can only be a part of our community if you're this way or that way. And that's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying because, as everyone knows, people, it's not gender that's a spectrum. It's people that are a spectrum. And they're all different kinds of people. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about personalities, and we're talking about feelings and thoughts. And it is a spectrum. And the fact that now our marginalized communities are deciding within their own parameters are you marginalized enough? And that's terrifying to me.
It is like gatekeeping.
It's exactly what I'm accused of. Well, you're telling Rob you just don't like new Trek because you're not no, I don't like new Star Trek because it's badly written.
But you've never condemned somebody just because they like it.
No, I always say that there's people that are going to come to Star Trek for the very first time.
Love it, yeah.
That are going to like it. And I would say this. I would say that the modern fandom should demand more of their franchises, because what's happened is our franchises are no longer their corporate creations. Corporations are our franchises were all Star Wars, Star Trek, called Doctor Who. You know, these all came from people like Terry Nation and Gene Roddenberry and George Lucas, and they came out of the wellspring of usually one or two or a few core individuals. Well, now they've all been bought by corporations. So the corporations, they don't understand. A corporation doesn't know what a good story is.
And they have trouble. Sometimes they have trouble with mission statements as well.
Absolutely. And so what we're getting by definition is all of our franchises only exist now to be part of a continuum of a money-making consortium. And not that movies and TV weren't always money-making, but like anything else, you had real creators behind these things that they hoped to be commercially successful. But Star Trek always struggled. And yet now it's like, let's pump out more Star Trek shows.
Now, Robert, you mentioned that we have quite a few super chats.
We do. And by the way, Lael will be joining us.
Fantastic.
So, 200 Watt Studio, the man that wants to father your children, says, hey guys, Rob, look good, you two. You just had to throw in the you two. You're not talking about me.
So
Come
much.
on now. Look good, you two. And she's talking about wet pussies tonight, too. So, wow. 200 Watt Studio goes on to say, Shatner was so profound and Takei was so petty. I was really disappointed in George. I mean, to take some shot at Shatner's physical appearance. I mean, the guy's 90 and George is, 85? The fact that you both, and kudos to both men, because they're both killing it. You know, and it's like, come on, George. Do you have to do that? That's not cool. 200 Watt Studio goes on to say, 200 Watt Studio says, Rob, I got my Clockwork Orange 4K box. Oh my God, it's gorgeous. And it comes with the original mono track. Huh.
Interesting.
Do you mean this? This? Oh my God, you are so correct. I mean, this is just a preview for Let's Get Physical Media. This is the British special edition. My God, this is one hell of a great special edition. Woo.
The most famous eyelash in the world.
So yes, 200 Watt Studio, and you are correct. Answering for a friend says no one deserves to go into space more than Shatner.
Interesting.
I would agree with you. I think it's amazing. Clint Baker says, answering for a friend is my other channel, but I stand by my comment. No one deserves it more than Shatner. I agree, because how many people has Captain Kirk? Maybe not William Shatner, because Shatner's an actor, but his portrayal of Kirk, the character that he created that remains so indelible. I mean, it certainly inspired me. I mean, I think about Shatner in my own life. I'm like, yeah, I've only directed one movie in my life, but I co-wrote, edited, and directed a movie that starred William Shatner. So William Shatner not only went to space, but William Shatner is somebody that in my own life inspired me to the point where I put him in a movie, and I directed him and met him, and my God, he turned out to be the beyond what I could have ever hoped. I mean, and I just, so he, and you want to be cynical about it or not, but you know what? You know what's really interesting? Now, the fact that we're even having this debate, that we're having this, William Shatner himself has once again become somebody that has inspired, and the fact that we're talking about him now at 90 because he went into space, like, for real. And by the way, he passed the Kármán line. He didn't go to almost space. He actually went into space. And people might debate it, but he did. He actually went into space. So
it's so impressive, Robert. So impressive.
Very impressive. So yes, Clint Baker, he deserves to go into space. 200 Watt Studio goes on and says, not only did a 90-year-old man go up into space, but he climbed 6 flights of stairs to get to the capsule. Damn strong, Shatner. Build an elevator, Bezos.
Yeah.
Well, they probably couldn't have an elevator because that rocket going up might, melt the cables or something. But that was another thing. Shatner talked a lot about that. He talked a lot about walking up that flight of stairs. Clint Baker said, I listened to a stream where Neil deGrasse Tyson said that space exploration is 0.4 of the taxpayer budget. I agree. I do believe that we have our next esteemed guest on our show, our co-host, the man that we know and that we love. Please welcome Lael Rockwell. Lael,
Hey, Leo.
welcome for your, this is, I believe, your fourth appearance on Midnight Metal?
I think it's more than that.
Was it? I think it's like the third. This it's a
fourth. It's a fourth. This is
the actual fourth.
Because we did 1 week and then we did 2 weeks, 2 days in a row, and then your fourth appearance. And I gotta say, man, I haven't known you very long, but I've grown to know and love you. You're one of the coolest cats I know. It is always a pleasure to stream with you, sir. And
yes.
You've got the soul of an artist.
Man.
You've got the girlfriend of a movie star. And you've got the action figure collection of a true fan. So it is, and this is one of the great. And you live in a town that was mentioned in Dawn of the Dead, which makes you even that cooler.
A few movies, yes.
But the only one that matters is Dawn of the Dead. Come on now, Harrisburg passed it about an hour ago. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So it's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. By the way, are you feeling metal tonight, Lael?
Oh man, I've been feeling metal. Now I wasn't feeling metal about probably a good half hour ago because I had to do a couple of. We were running into some technical difficulty with this computer.
Oh,
so, yeah. So what happened was I had to. I did a live stream with a friend of mine, Mario, for Collecting Weekly, and had it up, and we got off. I shut the computer down and I shut it to sleep. It went straight to sleep. You put it on sleep mode. I went to log back in and the mic and the headset weren't working. And I was like, well, wait a minute, what's going on? So I had to turn off the computer and reboot everything, shut down everything.
Wow.
And then it was a nightmare. But hey, I'm here now, better late than never. And I'm so metal, and let's go.
So metal. So we got to ask you. So we're talking about Shatner and Dave Chappelle.
Yes.
And the commentary and I'm a huge Chappelle fan.
Yes.
And I think that a lot of people, there's Netflix walkouts, there's all Ted Sarandos is stepping up and obviously the reason they pay Chappelle today, there was a leak where a Netflix employee spilled the beans on how much people were getting paid. And one of the things I really hate about that kind of thing is that people get paid what they're worth. And Dave Chappelle, brother, is getting paid because he's funny as fuck and he delivers the goods. And it's like, like he tells in his latest special, he walked away from $50 million. Now let me ask you this. It's really interesting to me to see someone, a black man who has a great career is suddenly put in a position where people from other marginalized groups are going after him. And the message of his show at the end of the day is he flat out says, look, this is the last time I'm going to make jokes about this certain community. He's heard them, but he says, and if you listen to his show, his comedy is incredibly sophisticated. A lot of people just think that the stuff he talks about, they're not listening to what he's saying. They hear the surface of it, but his stuff is very deep and it works on many different levels. And I think a lot of what's irksome to me is how many people just don't listen to what he's saying. They hear the snap judgments that are made about him. So I'm curious, what do you think of Chappelle? Have you seen The Closer? And have you been following this explosive controversy where Netflix walkouts and Hannah Gatsby is talking about criticizing her own network that's giving her money. I mean, certainly Netflix put her specials up.
Yep.
And now she's going after Netflix saying, I'm not going to whatever do, which, by the way, is censorship.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
what do you think? What's your take on all that? And then we're going to get to William Shatner, but let's hear what you think about Chappelle.
With Chappelle, okay. So what people have to understand about Chappelle, and the thing is, it's like, I mean, he's not a fool. Number one, he's not a fool. Number two, he's an historian. Like, he actually has a physical degree in history. Like,
Yeah.
he's an historian. You know what I mean? So a lot of what he actually talks about, and even within his show, he weaves it together
Oh,
so
yes.
masterfully. You know what I mean? So if he's giving you, he's giving you history, he's giving you actual events in such a comedically, it's so well put together. But he's also telling you what's going to happen. And he told us in the closer, he told you what was going to happen.
Yeah, he did.
Before it happened. He did the same thing with all of his other specials. He's telling you what's going to happen before it happened. And sure enough, everything he told you that would come to pass happened.
Yep.
Just the way he told you it would. Because number one, people are not listening. They don't. They're not listening to what. Now listen, it's a lot of his stuff and how he says it, it may be deemed polarizing to a lot of individuals. It will be deemed polarizing. We know that. But at the same time, he's giving you a history lesson. And not to say that, look, all he's saying is that, okay, if we're going to all have a seat at the table, let's all have a seat at the table. And don't be judgmental or hypocritical. That's what he's mainly saying.
Yes.
That's all he's basically saying. Don't be a hypocrite. And they did exactly what he said they would do. You know what I mean? If you have someone from your own community, right, that gets on TV, like I was watching the Don Lemon show the other day on CNN, okay? And he was talking about it. They had, someone on there, I forget their name, but they were talking about, it's like, look, I'm someone from the community and I'm listening to this and I know exactly what he was saying. Sometimes we could be so quick to jump the gun. And the thing is, look, right now, if you want to call his comedy polarizing, I want to call the cancel culture equally as polarizing.
Oh, completely.
Because, plain and simple, because the thing is, you're looking for anything that you can find, anything that you can actually find to label to go against the status quo, go against an individual because you don't like something. And so somebody, in which he already said, I am going to be the martyr. I will end up being the martyr for the cause because I already know what's going to happen. I remember, I forget, it was his last special. I forget the name of it. It was a one where he said, he said, I'm going to do expressions, impressions. I'm going to do 2 impressions. And the second one that he did, he was like, duh, this, that, and the third. He was talking about, I don't like you because I'm just going to find reasons to whatever, such and such. And he's like, who am I talking to? Who am I talking about? The audience didn't know. He was like, I'm talking about you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because
you're the ones that are going to cancel me. It's you.
Exactly, because you are the one. And he told you exactly what he was going to do. The thing is, look, he gave a history lesson. Yes. He talks about pretty much any and everybody, including himself.
Yeah.
Like, that's what being a comedian means, having a thick shell. Also being an audience is that look, when you actually went and saw this show, when you signed on, and even for us, if you logged on to Netflix and you watched this show, that means whether it's verbally, written, or whatever, you are agreeing that whatever happens on this show is something to be expected. So you watched it knowing that this is the individual who will say some of the things that he actually says. He will basically lay it on the line and has no remorse for the repercussions. You know this, yet you are still finding that's the part that I did not understand. Does Dave Chappelle say certain things that you would sort of like just cringe at but understand that he's going. Yes, he does it. What comedian doesn't? What comedian does not?
Well,
they were fine with it when Kathy Griffin was saying all this stuff.
Exactly.
Or also, like I remember Chris Rock had a very incendiary joke about certain the N-word and black people, the difference, and it was a hilarious routine, but a lot of people didn't like it.
Didn't like it.
You know, and when he said, a comment about, you want to keep your money, put it in your books, which I thought was funny, and it was and then he did his whole O.J. Simpson routine. He's like, I ain't saying he should have killed her, but I understand
exactly. But I understand, and he's not saying he did. Yeah,
I mean that was some pretty edgy shit at the time. And we all got it. We all understood what he was saying, and what I find interesting is that yes, he did it in a very uncomfortable way, but it was truthful.
It was truthful. And what comedy isn't? What comedy is comfortable?
Well, if
it's comfortable, then it's not comedy to me. Tell you the truth.
That to me is exactly right. I mean, that's the essence of you all the way back. We were talking earlier, the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. One of the main secondary characters, is Lenny Bruce himself. You know, where so many of these comics looked to Lenny Bruce, or people like Richard Pryor. I mean, Richard Pryor, who was a hero to Chris Rock and to Eddie Murphy, and that kind of incendiary comedy. I remember, I actually took a woman. When I was younger, I took a girl to a Sam Kinison show, and I literally fell off my chair because I was laughing so hard. At the end, when he did his routine about playing the piano and talking about, you broke my heart, you heart, and I was laughing so hard. And when we got out of the show, she was really pissed at me for laughing at this comedy. And I'm like, I would have thought that when you go to see an edgy comic, that it is understood you are going into a dangerous realm. It's a thought experiment, and you know what you're doing. So when you're going to watch Dave Chappelle, you know there's a certain expectation. So to then turn around and go like, you're going to get mad at Dave Chappelle for being Dave Chappelle. He has a huge body of work behind him.
Yes.
It's not like he's suddenly coming out of nowhere, but the problem is, there's no sense of history, and everyone wants to be the way they are today. I want things to be the way they are right this second. And like, there's a whole history. There's a whole history of activism. There's people that don't understand what all of these groups that have fought for so long to get to where they're going. There's people now that are like, well, your activism isn't like what our activism is now. And it's like, I'm like, are you kidding me? Yeah. And I think that what's very interesting is I thought Chappelle in this special was really edgy, but also pretty much laid it out. You know?
Yeah. Yes. He laid it out on the line. And the biggest thing is, look, these are the conversations that I say constantly. We aren't willing to, we aren't really basically willing to have. And when the opportunity presents itself to have the conversation, it's like, this is the way I see it. It's like when you're with a guy who's with his friends or a woman who's with her friends, and they hype her up. Like, they just hype her up, and like, when you see him, this is what you need to say. Or if you see her, this is what you need to say. And then you're like, you know what? When I see this person, you know what? This is how I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. I'm going to tell them how I feel because I didn't like this, that, and the third. And then when the opportunity presents itself, you say absolutely nothing. But you wait until they're not around to then speak your mind and say how you actually feel. When right then and there, these are conversations that people are afraid to have. Like, they don't want to sit down and have these conversations. Okay, yes, I understand. This is what he's basically saying in a nutshell.
Yeah.
The community basically has a place, okay? Whether you're gay, straight, listen, You have a place. And right now, the LGBTQ, they actually have a place at the table. Well respected, and people are welcoming you. We understand who you are. And me myself, one who I would deem myself, especially within my community, I'm heavy into activism. I'm heavy into what is right and what is wrong. This is what I'm saying. Right now, you have a place. You have a place to speak. You have a place where people recognize the system. They recognize what is wrong, and they are willing to do whatever they can do.
More than ever before, by the way.
And more than ever before, willing to basically have these discussions. What he is basically saying is this: you have a place now. You have a platform. People understand, and they are giving you a place to sit at the table. Black people at this very moment, we still don't have a place at the table to sit, and we still aren't supported as much as we should. And all we're asking is, look, you have a voice now. Help to speak for us at the same time, because we are speaking for you. Don't attack us. We're just pointing the simple fact that you now have a place, but not all of us have that place to sit.
Amen.
And this is what he has basically been saying for the longest time.
And
you have proven this week alone, you have proven everything he said was right. Because right now, we still don't have a place to sit. It's okay when a black comedian gets on stage and talks about another black man and condemns him and puts him down. It's fine. You don't want to cancel him then. But you want to cancel when there's jokes outside of that silver lining.
Man, you said it, Lael. That you're absolutely right. And by the way, he flat out ends his show when he says that. I'll retire the jokes, but what I want from you is what you just said. You know, I want that place at the table, which we still don't have.
And also, this group of individuals who are taking this position, you know, declaring that, you know, he has created or committed some sort of violent act against others, they're insatiable. You know, there's nothing that can pacify them. There's, you know, they've shown that even when people reach out to them, you know, the hand is not received in a welcoming way. And that's pretty much become the basis of the canceling, the doxing, all that sort of nonsense, that we really don't need this right now. It's such a waste of time and energy for these groups to be spending even a millisecond saying that they're upset about something that is essentially nonsense. This is while it is true, it's a show that was meant to make us laugh and think and everything, you know, there was absolutely no violence in it whatsoever. You know, to even quantify Chappelle, who, you know, is really just a mastermind when it comes to ideas and delivery, is, you know, not just reckless, but he doesn't deserve this.
He doesn't. He does. And the thing is, it's like, listen, Dave Chappelle, like he said, walked away from $50 million for what he believed in. For what he believed in, he got off the bus and left $50 million on that bus because of what he basically believed in. And the thing is this, he was simply saying is, you know what, I'm not going to sit here and allow comedy to become a minstrel show again. Yes. I'm not going to basically do that. And that's why he walked away from it, because for the culture and what he believed in. Now, this is what I'm saying. Everybody deserves a seat at the table. And this is what he was saying. Everybody deserves a seat at the table. Is what he said. Look, so it's not and this is what I'm saying. It is not polarizing if he's sprouting the N-word on stage about another black man. It's not polarizing to them. And they won't. So as passionate as you are about the culture and what we live in, as passionate as you are about the space that you live in, as long as no one is saying anything about you, but yet if they are saying something about a black man, another black man, or this comedy is constantly about that, why don't you show that same energy towards that and be like, you know what, you need to stop calling another black man the N-word. You need to stop saying these things. You need to stop treating, because this is what he's saying. Like, the thing is, we are still living in a nation divided. Regardless, we are still living in a nation divided, where
More divided than
voices
I've
aren't
ever
being
seen
heard.
it in my
Yeah,
lifetime.
And to add to what Lael is saying, the reason why, this is my opinion, the reason why that amount that he was paid was leaked was to make him look like he's greedy. They're trying to make him look like he doesn't deserve to get a paycheck for the work that he does. He doesn't have any, it's almost as if they're saying he doesn't have any real value. And, you know, he should just be thankful for whatever he gets. Yeah. And, you know, look at him, 24. Oh, wow.
Well,
really? You walked away?
By the way,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to add the fact that they did the same thing to Scarlett Johansson.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
You know,
they certainly did.
And I find it really interesting that here are people that are purporting to be activists that are fighting for rights, and yet when people that have spent a lifetime, literally Dave Chappelle and Scarlett Johansson have spent their lives working to on their craft. Chappelle started what, 14 in Washington D.C. or wherever, you know. Yeah. I mean, Puffy, Sean Combs, also I think produced his first record when he was 14 years old. These are people, these entertainers that become, and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, all these people that we vilify because they're billionaires now or whatever, they all started, they're self-made people. And when they become successful, we want to vilify them for getting paid doing what they do. I mean, Dave Chappelle is being paid commensurate to what his specials and his talent brings to the companies. Netflix paid him the amount of money they pay him because his specials make Netflix that kind of money. He's worth it. And that's why he's getting paid that money. And the thing is, how many people like Dave Chappelle are there on the planet Earth? There's 7 billion human beings, and guess what? There's one Dave Chappelle. One.
Yes.
And he is being paid what he's worth. And he's being paid, and all of us dream of that. And you know what? He's the GOAT, man. That guy could very well be. I love stand-up comedy, and I am entranced by that man. I cannot tell you how many times I go back and watch Mr. Murphy's History of Hollywood, that one sketch they did where they talk about Prince, meeting Prince in the club and going and playing basketball at Paisley Park. I've watched that 100 times. And that is how good Dave Chappelle is. I mean,
he's taken factual. He's taken and he took factual evidence and made it into and changed. Look, it has become such a widespread phenomenon, that story. And then you know what even made it even crazier? Prince himself
loved it. Loved it, confirmed it. And that's I mean, Prince is my favorite musician of all time. And I the only time I was working on the Warner Brothers lot when he was in post-production on Graffiti Bridge. He had a turquoise BMW, and I was riding a bike, and he was pulling out. He wasn't. I don't think he was driving, but I didn't know they were in the car, and I fell over on my bike, and his bodyguard got out to make sure I was okay, and I was like, come on now, can I meet the man? Never did that. You know, when he played the Forum for 21 nights, you know, I saw 4 nights at the Forum. It was $25 a ticket. I mean, I've seen Prince. I've probably seen him 30 times live. Yeah. And that Charlie Murphy, that story, that whole bit is so genius because you have Charlie Murphy telling that story for real, and then they dramatize it. I'm just waxing rhapsodic about one of my favorite things ever.
It's listen, and to tell that story, to have look, this is why we watch. And just like somebody in the chat earlier I was reading, they said, you know, they did the same thing to George Carlin. They didn't like his comedy because in essence it was George Carlin,
another great comedy,
one of the greatest comedians that ever graced the mic. and because he was unapologetic about some of the things that he said, and he did not care, but he was factual.
Yep.
That's the thing. When comedians have these spills on stage, the thing is, it's like, yo, these aren't uncommon things that are talked about. They're not uncommon. It's just that when you hear it come out of a comedian's mouth, that's when it's polarizing. But if you hear it out on the streets, if you hear it from just the normal individual walking past you, if you hear these things, then it's nothing. You're not willing. But if it's someone that is in the public eye and they're talking about, and they're telling you what's going to happen, and you still do it, like,
Yes.
it's,
But
like,
you know,
I don't understand it.
do you know?
There was this, and I just want to say briefly, he mentioned also going out as a celebrity, and how, you know, there would be individuals who would try to pick on him or cause an encounter that could be filmed and used later. And Chappelle frankly said, that's why I don't go out no more. And I thought that was very interesting, because essentially we know that this happens. Like, this has been happening since the creation of the paparazzi. Individuals who kind of focus on celebrities when they're out and about, just an ordinary day, either picking up breakfast or, you know, putting gas in their car, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it's also meant to vilify this individual when they had no place even doing this. There was no issue with the individual to begin with.
Yeah.
But, you know, he made a point of saying that this is still happening to him, and probably to a lot of other celebrities as well.
You know what I wanted to say too is my favorite film director of all time is Stanley Kubrick, and a lot of people accuse him of being a misanthrope. They think that he doesn't like people, and that's because of his films being so dark and sardonic. But that's not him at all. He began his career as a young man. He was a documentary photographer. He was documenting jazz in New York City. He was pugilism in New York City, fights. The night of the fight was a big photo spread he did. He loved people, but he loved the folly of humanity. He was documenting its dark side and the horrors we visit on one another. And the reason that he was doing all of that was he wanted his audience to be like, let's not be this way. Yeah. And he chose to delve into these things, the stylization and all of that. But he loved mankind. Dave Chappelle also loves mankind.
Yes,
and what he's doing is he's documenting all of our crazy insanity. and he is using, like, the way he talks about, like, before you were on, Lael, well, why don't you tell Lael what were you saying about what you like to hear him talk about?
I love that he talked about glory holes. I loved he talked about sucking dick. I love that he talked about how he loved his wife's wet pussy. Like, I never hear a man say that, but I like to hear it. And I like to hear that raunchiness, that fun. Yeah. You know, he talked about Stonewall gays and how, you know, how tough they are and what a great example they set for, you know, the community. You know, I feel like, you know, he was celebrating, you know, the sexy, fun, you know, parts of a lot of this stuff. And why not? Let's talk about how weird our sexuality has become. How, you know, awkward. You know, it's like,
it's always been weird. Come on now.
But it's become a little weirder with, you know, some of these online services and you know, the monetization of sexual activity and the reality of that monetization. I can't have sex tonight. I don't have any money in the bank. You know, you know, that whole idea.
I can't jerk off without my favorite cam girl. And when is she going to go online again?
That's right. Even the image, and, you know, this.
By the way, that's not true.
But Twitch, you know, suspending what they considered was inappropriate. You know, I could see him going in those directions and kind of addressing this because weren't you wondering how on earth this one person was making so much money every month? And when they told her, oh, by the way, we've decided that you can't go walk around in your bikini anymore, or topless or nude or whatever, and make this money anymore. And there was like panic, and it was, oh my goodness, what will like, you know, kind of exploring how strange things have happened. You know, where you can kind of just dial up what you want to see and have a live person do it. And it's completely fine. And but any kind of talk about glory holes and all that sort of fun stuff, I love that. I feel like we kind of need to cut loose and kind of break it up a bit, because it's like incredibly dour and sad. No, let's have some fun. Let's talk about sexuality and how we laugh at certain things, and it's good for him to enjoy his wife's wet pussy. That's what we want to hear. We want to hear a man who loves what he's the woman that he's with, whomever.
All of his specials at the end are always dedicated to his wife as well. And I have to say that I think Dave Chappelle is a man that loves humanity in all of our wacky, crazy bizarreness. And it comes through. And that's another thing I think that I just wish, I wish this about so much of our entertainment, is that I wish that we would all just take a pause and stop for a minute. And understand when you see someone like Chappelle deliver his set, he's working in a certain format, a certain milieu that has a long history and a lot of people that he has learned from either directly or indirectly. And he is carrying on a tradition that matters. That is that kind of edgy comedy has been a driving force at least since the middle of the 20th century in America. That kind of body humor. I mean, I don't know much about people before Lenny Bruce, but Lenny Bruce being, a fulcrum point in time. But, and a lot of, people of color. We've had so many great comedians. I mean, even, is it Ronnie Chan? Ronnie Chan, who's in Shang-Chi?
Yeah.
He was a writer for The Daily Show, I think. I loved his special when he's talking about Chinese culture and his parents and all that, and I was like, my God, how great that he's completely eviscerating his own culture, but it was so insightful, and there was love there too, and I don't understand why people are vilifying comics.
They are, and here's the thing, and this was really crazy, and there's a few things that, and I know my girl's watching, but it's true, and she brought this to my attention. But before I get to that, people have to understand, like comedians such as Bill Burr, who used to write for the Chappelle Show.
Yes,
like he wrote for the
Bill
Chappelle
Burr.
Show. Bill Burr is basically, him and Dave Chappelle are like this. They have been friends for years in a comedy set, and that's the thing is, they write it. Listen, I had this two things. It was this conversation we had like I think a month ago, me and Toya, because when the whole thing basically came out that fans only, or only however it is, when they basically said that they were canceling, like to speak to what was talking about, when they were talking about that they were going to cancel or remove the explicit or whatever, because they didn't want that to actually tarnish the image of their brand. This is what was funny. This is what was funny to me, and I'm gonna tell you this, Rob. I had no idea. I had zero idea what else that company supported.
And they support a lot of other things.
Literally, I had zero.
Do they support
idea.
anything else?
Yes, they do.
Bro,
There's a lot of marginalized voices that are on there.
They support, like, there's businesses that if everything, and it was crazy. I had zero idea, because all you knew about OnlyFans was exactly, this is all you basically knew about that company. I had no idea that they supported anything else. And then when you would hear other people talking about, I'm going to open up an account, your first thought was like, what do you mean that you open up an account? Until they tell you, like, no, this is what else they do. Like, I'm like, wow. But see, the thing is, you didn't have an idea, because this is all you knew and all you saw, because it was always plastered on social media everywhere.
Yeah, as a sex site.
Exactly, as a sex site. But let's fast forward to Toya. We had this conversation in New York. And she brought it to my attention, and I was like, what? I don't know if it was in New York or if it was here. It was crazy. She said, babe, how come you don't basically like sexting? I was like, what?
She said that to you.
Yeah. She said that to me. She was like,
God bless her, you lucky man, you. Come on
She was
now.
like, how come you don't like sexting? And I'm like, what? What makes you think I don't? She was like, because I remember sending you a couple of, and you didn't respond. My point to her was, babe, when you send me these messages, you send them to me when I'm at work, and I can't respond. I can't do too much when I'm around other clients. I can't say anything. Like, I can look, but sometimes I'm in the middle of something. You'll send it, and I want to respond, but I'm like, okay, I can't, because if I do, people will see the sheer excitement in me.
They can tell.
And they can tell. And
you can't talk about your wife's or your wife to be's. Yeah. Hoochie coo.
You can't.
Yeah.
So it's the thing is, I was like, it's not that I don't. It's just the simple fact that it completely, when you sit it at the most inopportune times, but not when the time presents itself and it is opportunity. You never do it then. But you always wait. So I'm surrounded by a whole bunch to do that. So it's not that I don't like it. Just send it at a time when I'm able to respond in a way that you have my fullest attention. And I've told her this. Like, this is the conversation. We had this in New York, like literally, and it was because the reason why we had this.
I'd respond to her.
Robert.
I'm just saying. I'm kidding. That was a joke. That was humor. That was humor. That was a joke.
Yo, man, listen, it was the most. But the thing is, it was it was like a moment that I had to sit back and think, and I was like, damn, why didn't I respond? Like, I had to really think about it because I didn't want her to think that I didn't.
But that's an important point you're making. I mean, when it comes to like what you're saying, that you're on that level, but you're like, let's take away the fact that it's it's fun because we're talking about sexting, but in terms of let's broaden that out to communication. Like when you are focused and whether you're engineering, you're with clients or whatever. Like when I was explaining to Elizabeth, like if I'm streaming and someone's texting me something and they want to, because everybody who texts you wants an immediate response.
Yes,
that's what which sucks. Because I don't look at a lot of my I'm not looking, if I'm focused, I'm editing or whatever, or playing Hot Wheels Unleashed like I was earlier today. I'm not looking at my phone. Sometimes I leave my phone in here on the charger, and I come back 2 hours later and people are like, oh, I've been texting you. Why haven't you got right back to me? I'm like, fuck, man. So you never know. Like, I have to be in a certain mindset. If somebody is going to send me some salacious photos in the middle of the day and I'm live streaming, it's not like I don't love the photos, and it's not like when I look at them I don't get aroused or all that, but I'm like live streaming talking about action figures. I thought I gotta tell you, man, I don't know if anyone watched it here, but like the show we did last night on your channel, I loved that show. That was a great time.
It was an amazing show.
Let me tell you, I don't care if somebody sent me the most graphic, like wet, dripping awesomeness you could ever possibly imagine. If I'm talking about action figures, my mind is on a certain kind of action figure. And it's not that what you've sent me is not appreciated. It's just that right now
I'm focused on something.
I'm talking about 6-scale plastic awesomeness. Not what you're trying to send me. And then someone's like, "Why didn't you respond?" I'm like, it's
not. And that's the thing, is it's like they beg a response, right? And if you don't. And if you do not respond, it's like that you are the bane of existence at that point.
And then when you have like 10 friends, their text goes down like, so you might not even see it. You're looking like, I didn't even know. That's what happens to me. I get my DMs are open. I have so many all day long. Everything's being slammed down. By the way, there are, let me just throw out a few more super chats. Yes, there are. Sub McShave says, Rob, dude, Shatner has now traveled through space. He's made his trek. We'll probably see each other later today.
Yes.
Which is good.
Yes, Stubble.
You will. Stubble, by the way, is in Sweden, And by the way, the Wheel of Time series is. I can't wait to hear what Stubble has to say about it. If his head doesn't explode after watching the first episode.
I am working with Stubble on Wheel of Time review series and everything that's coming out. And I also did an interview with Stubble McShade.
I know, and I have it. It's going to go up.
Okay.
It's going up. Richard Ford says, I'm glad Shatner got his turn now while he's motivated and healthy enough to go. I love that you say a 90-year-old man is motivated and healthy enough to go, which is amazing. Hopefully, you will get in a trip into orbit, too, when it's your turn, Rob. Well, Richard, I hope to make something where I can have an extra couple $100,000 to spend. To go into space is a lifelong dream. I would love to do that. I appreciate you saying so.
Yes.
Ron C. sends in a great super chat. Oh, I love this. Ron C. says, Rob, if you ever travel to San Francisco, a stress-free dinner on me at Coppola's Cafe in North Beach. Hollywood has lost control in filmmaking. First of all, Ron, I used to love WonderCon was in San Francisco. I went to it in Oakland when it was it wasn't even controlled by the San Diego Comic-Con. So WonderCon was taken over. It was at the Moscone Center. I loved going to San Francisco once a year. We stayed at the W, and one of the reasons I loved going to WonderCon was because of North Beach. And there was a bar in North Beach. It was like this bifurcated bar. You'd walk in, and there's the bar here, but then there was always like an 80s cover band playing. I loved North Beach. The last time they had WonderCon at the Moscone Center, the greatest thing in the world ever happened to me. I'm walking up North Beach. I was with Mary and I was with some other people, and a homeless guy comes up to me, wasted. He's like, "Hey, man, you look like that Starship Commander. You look like William Shatner." That's what he said to me, and I'm like, oh my God. And I actually put my arm around him, and I reached in my pocket. I gave him two $20 bills, and then I said, this isn't a joke. I'm not being punked. It's like, no, man, you look just like William Shatner. Aww. I gave him the $20, and we went on. I love North Beach. Yeah. I don't think I've been there in 10 years, and that was one of the highlights of my year. As much as San Diego, I loved it, but going to WonderCon, it's in Anaheim. But for years, it was in San Francisco, and I know San Francisco is a very different. I mean, the cops are quitting, crime is up. By the way, you can just shoplift in San Francisco. I want to learn who has Hot Toys. In San Francisco.
No, you don't want to steal from any comic book shops, Robert.
Oh no, it's legal, right? No, I wouldn't do it. I'm just joking. That's a joke. It's another joke.
It is a joke.
I would not steal from anyone who had Hot Toys.
Yeah,
I'd think about it, but I would not take your wares.
Hey Rob, what if? Because we talked about this a couple weeks. What if we had a different level of purging? What if, look, one night purge where you can actually steal any toy you want and not get caught for one night, and no one can say, you can literally walk into Walmart, grab a toy, and walk out, and they be like, hey, it's toy purge night, leave me be, and just walk out.
I have a toy that it has sort of been devalued because it's been re-released. Mm-hmm. It's funny because people ask about Grail toys, and I always forget about this.
Oh, man, Grails.
I want, in my life, and I had an opportunity to buy one for $800 because somebody found one. I want an original, it's been re-released, an original Mego Romulan action figure from the mid 70s. They never
showing us something.
They never showed it. They never had them in Seattle. Never had an opportunity to get one. I want an original. And there was a guy that he's like, there was a warehouse find, and I'm selling him for $800 or whatever. The funny thing about that is all the old toys that I wanted have now been either re-released or whatever, and the Romulan has been as well. But and you probably can't even tell the difference. But
Yeah.
that to me is my ultimate. It was my ultimate Grail figure in the 70s, the 80s, and 90s, and now I'd put it in a card and probably put it on the shelf. I don't need it. I'm much more active with my 6-scale Hot Toys whatever collection. And I do want. I was not broke, but I didn't have money during the Rogue One Thor Ragnarok era. So I have no Rogue One figures and I have no Ragnarok figures.
I didn't have any money during Rogue One either. So
those are my Hot Toys figures that I want the most.
I'm desperately seeking K2SO.
I have both.
Yeah, I know you do.
No, I know you do.
So what about you? So Lael, let's throw that question back on you. The toy purge. And by the way, we should do a fan film of this.
Yes.
The toy purge.
This is.
By the way, I saw that picture. Okay.
Wow.
Let me give it up for that. Your pictures that you took. Look at that. Bring that in. Slide it over to your face more. Yes, so people can see it. Look at that pose. Drop it down a little bit. Drop it down a little bit. Yes, right there. How great. Your photographs of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
She's very rebel there.
She is very, and the thing is,
or dare I say, rebel.
Mm-hmm.
This was my Grail piece that I received this week, and I was over the moon. I wanted this Leia for years. Ever since. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, when we talked about this before, Rob. So the day that all right, I remember this was basically available.
They're asking for him to show the figures full screen.
Oh, full screen.
Oh, I can't. You know what? No, that's okay. Hang on, Lael. Let me put you in full screen.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just add you in. I'm gonna make you full screen right now. Lael is now full screen.
So okay.
God damn, you look good. Look at that. Look at that background. Come on now.
So this particular figure, okay, when it was actually available through Sideshow at this time. It was sitting there. It was there for the longest time, and I wanted it. I knew I wanted it, but I don't know why it took me so long to get it. Because I had just gotten Han, I had just gotten Chewie. They were both basically available as well. So
did you get the 2-pack?
I got the 2-pack of them. So when I got it, I knew this was sitting there, and I wanted to get it. It was the day that they announced that, and I didn't even think anything of it. I didn't know at the time that this was going to happen. When Carrie Fisher died, may God rest her soul.
Yes.
One of the greatest of all time, the GOAT who ever done it. When she basically passed away, I went through Sideshow. I was like, all right, let me finally get this figure. When I got on, it was gone.
Yeah.
I could not find it. I was so hurt. And then aftermarket, like basically it goes for so much money. And I'm like, okay, I'm watching all of my friends who actually have this figure. And they're talking about how good it is, how beautiful it is, how much they love it. Exactly. Oh my God. When you get this piece in hand, it is such presence. And I was like, I wanted to recreate the intergalactic Bonnie and Clyde, and this was the best representation I can come up for.
Now, is that a recreation of a photograph from Bonnie and Clyde?
No, it's not.
Wow, because when you posted that picture, I'm like, that is some outstanding posing.
Yeah. And the thing is, people talk about museum poses, and I wanted to keep it in the realm of museum, but you can do it with taste, and all it took was just lifting up one of her arms with the pistol in her hand. Han has a pistol in his, and it's saying, you know what?
But there's an eroticism, and I say it, she's wet right now. Just saying.
Like, this figure is phenomenal, and it still holds up till this day.
Oh, yeah.
Literally. And that's the thing. When we talk about these pieces, let me put her down because I don't want to. When we talk about, you can actually go ahead and put everything back up. But when we talk about it, like I said, if I had a chance to get a Grail piece, like what I would actually want, and all, I think I have my Grail piece. I'm excited. It was this piece that was for me one of the most important pieces. Sure. And thanks to basically one of the subscribers in the group Don't want to mention his name, of course, because I don't want anyone attacking him because we already went through that, and I had to explain it on my show. Like, we don't want that here. But he was gracious enough to find this piece for me and send it for me, and he basically did it. He said, "As a gift, I know your birthday is coming, so here." And I'm like, "Yo, this is one of the greatest pieces and gifts that someone could have ever given me."
But you know what's cool is the fact that you, like, when you took that and you did that pose and you put up those. By the way, I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of your action figure pictures that you've been putting up on Facebook. That you're posing, you so the lighting. It's very, very cool. I mean, there's a lot of like young bum on Instagram. I mean, that guy's like next level. But he's got, I mean, I wish I had all the accessories and things that he's got to do his work. But what I love is that when I saw that pose and that picture, I was like, oh, man. Because I have both of those figures. And right now I'm, building the module cases. I've got my Millennium Falcon cockpit, my Jazz Inc. It's right over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I want to, I did a video, like, it was the coolest thing ever. And I feel kind of bad putting my Han Solo and Chewie there, but that's why I got the 2-pack. I got the 2-pack because I thought they were going to make the cockpit, which they never made, and then Jazz Inc. made it, and so
Which you have that coming, right?
What's that?
You already have it. The cockpit. Do you
I have it. It's right here.
You got
has it.
Oh, I have it. It's right, dude. It's right here. Like I'm. Hang on. Wait.
Oh my God.
I'm touching it right now.
Oh my God.
No, but you know what's really cool? So check this out. This is the remote. It's like a radio remote. Here's the remote that comes with it. It's not plugged in, so I can't do it. You hit these buttons, and it's all sound effects from. It
has all the sounds from the. Oh my God!
And it's really well. I mean, it's really well done. I mean, I've read there was one guy, and I appreciate his collection, but he did a review of this, and he's complaining. Well, there's screws in it, and I'm like, dude. I mean, of course there's.
Yeah, there has to be.
Like, it's so well done, and I love people that, yes, it can be weathered more or whatever. The LEDs, the way it's lit up, it is so amazing. Like, it's incredible. It's an incredible piece, and Jazz Inc. just gets better and better and better. Now, I bought their cargo bay, the corner cargo bay. I haven't pre-ordered yet. I got to get their full cargo bay. I don't know what I do with it, but that Falcon, it's
amazing.
Amazing.
Man. It's amazing.
To
have the attention to detail to like just basically the compartments. I'm like, yo, like Jazz Inc., they get it. They get it. Like they really get it. They really get it.
Oh, I mean,
they also make like smaller dioramas for like the DTOFs and things like that too.
They're all good. I mean, I wish, like, I wanted to get that They made a Death Star diorama that came with a 35-inch flat screen TV.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to get that. I didn't, and it's like I got like what 5 the snow speeder. The 66 Batmobile. By the way, because they picked up the slack where Hot Toys wasn't doing it.
Exactly.
But you know what? Here's what I love about that. We live in a world where a father-son team in the Netherlands not only started manufacturing things for fans, but got a license from Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
To now, I mean, I'll pay a couple $100 extra bucks to get a 6-scale 66 Batmobile. I bought my Adam West and my Burt Ward Hot Toys figures specifically because Hot Toys was going to make that Batmobile, and they never did.
And they never made it. But
they never did.
This is what they show you. They give you basically the prototype, and that's what. Oh my God, Howard Chan! If you were
Jedi Starfighter, Jedi Starfighter.
Yeah,
it messes with you.
Yes. And this just like when they actually released the prototype to Rey's speeder, and I saw that thing and I was like, I need to have.
You mean Hot Toys or Jazz Inc.?
No, Hot Toys. They had basically released the prototype to her speeder, and they never released it. They never released it, and I think you can still see pictures, but they never released it. So when Jazz Inc. did it, I was like, "Yep, I'm on it," and I paid that off as quick as pie. Like I was on that. Yeah.
And they keep refining it. What I love about Jazz Inc. is all the people from the entertainment business are sending them blueprints. Like, here's how you can make this more accurate. You know, and they do it.
And they do
Yost is like those guys. I mean, I've got my land speeder. I got the Luke's land speeder. Yes. I have that. I have the cargo bay, and I've got the Falcon cockpit. And and I've got a bunch of other stuff on order. They're the greatest things ever. Yeah. Like that Millennium Falcon cockpit.
And it's made with love because they love what they're doing.
And I mean, it's so funny because watching them. To me, it's what's great about our world today. Like if you think about it, from our collecting world, the 6-scale world, the fact that like. The people who have Toys Wonderland, you read about complaints or whatever, they started it out of love. Nobody decides to sell action figures or third-party figures I'm going to make a fortune. You could go into the markets or buy real estate, but no, I'm going to start a third-party figure company. Like 1/6 Outfitters in New York. I'm sure they're like some clandestine. I believe they're at the bottom of some mahjong palace. You know, it's some in Chinatown in New York. But you go down 3 or 4 flights of stairs where below the subway, 1/6 Outfitters is there with their third-party figures. So I can get this. You know,
fantastic. That is such a fantastic figure.
Oh my God, it's so good. I love it so much.
Wakazaski's Tea House, sorry about that, says, really good show tonight with you three. Great conversation. And Latoya T says, hello. And I did just want to ask, after you mentioned your comments, Lael, we have more super chats, right, Robert?
Just a few. I mean, Rich's Star Wars comic book and video game sends in a super chat and says, I listen to everyone that I encounter. I am listening to find out about that single person that's on this earth. Well, as everyone knows, the defining philosophical principle behind this channel, my channel, and I'll say it again, I say it every day, is every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. Exactly. And all you have to do
is listen.
We are in the business of humans.
And you know, people are, humanity is great. You know, we really are. Now, there are certain bad apples. Sure, a part of British Parliament, a man went into his church to talk to his constituency and was stabbed to death tonight. And like I've always said on this channel, every human being in the entire infinitude of the cosmos, there is only one of each of us, which makes each person on this planet the rarest thing in the universe. And I think that's something we should be taught from birth.
It is.
That we are the rarest things because there is only one of us, and yet we're made up by the most common materials in our galaxy: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. All as we said earlier, as Carl Sagan said, we are all star stuff. And we are. I mean, we are. And
the accent.
And I love Carl Sagan, so it's
billions and billions of stars.
You know what?
One of the great books of all time is The Demon Haunted World, written by Carl Sagan.
You know what? One of the biggest things about us and about people we are so I don't think that people value how unique they really are. We were born with purpose. Like Loki says, glorious purpose.
Goddamn right we are.
Born with purpose. There is it's the simple fact that the average individual has not found their purpose yet, or they found it and overlooked it. There are things out there that you are supposed to do, that you were meant to do, and that you fit in the sequence of the universe, but you just haven't tapped into that. We are all, I believe, honestly, all of us as human beings, we were all born with a mutation, a great mutation, a mutation that is filled with purpose. Our mutations, our mutant ability is there. We just haven't tapped into it yet. And that is a contribution to society. When we, like you guys were talking about earlier, and I'm pretty sure I missed portions of it. William Shatner. I just want to, I'm bringing him up for a reason.
Goddamn right you should.
Yes.
William Shatner.
Sing, sir.
Think about it this way. And I was thinking about this. I was cycling, it just cycled through my head when I knew we were going to talk about it. I'm like, this man, when he was born, probably had no idea where his life would take him. However, the universe knew, and it aligned itself, and it paved the way for him to take this journey.
Yes.
William Shatner himself was always he was a man that was born and destined to be beyond the stars. And at 90 years old, he achieved that. And that, it touched me, bro. Literally, I was so, when he cried,
dude,
I teared up, because to me, he was saying, I never thought I would reach this. And this is where I now know this was my purpose. I was always meant for space. I was always meant to travel. Look, the final frontier I have reached. Literally, I have reached. At 90 years old, I have reached the stars because I was meant to be there. And he probably didn't know it then. But when he took the role, and he is in an icon, it's an iconic role that we all know. So what better person to take that journey? What better person to take that journey when your life, your entire life was meant, your purpose was meant to touch this. It was all, everything that happened to your life, it was meant for this moment.
And I'll tell you something. William Shatner is not regarded as one of our great actors. He's regarded as kind of a novelty. You know, and he really is. And I know that firsthand because I did work with him. I made a movie with him, and people are like, why are you going to make a movie with William Shatner? And we've always been a little bit ahead of our time because and yet people don't get the fact that, you know, he's a man that never stopped. Nothing stopped him. You know, he's written books. He's recorded albums. He's done all kinds of shows, whether it's T.J. Hooker, Rescue 911, whatever. And what's really interesting is he's always been defined by Star Trek. So even when he was doing T.J. Hooker, people saw him, the world saw him as, oh, it's Captain Kirk doing a cop.
Yeah.
T.J. Hooker was never its own thing. It was always like, oh, it's Captain Kirk coming down to Earth. And yet, if you watch the pilot for, would it surprise you to know that I have the entire series on DVD of T.J. Hooker? I do. I do. They haven't released it on Blu-ray. I have it on DVD.
Hooker,
but if you watch the pilot, it's really interesting because he's giving it his all. And you know, the man is at 90.
Yes.
The fact that he even could even entertain the idea. Do you know, like, no one wanted him to die in space, but the very idea that somebody put him on a rocket, I am sure he had a physical.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't just, he had to have passed a physical. There is no way that Jeff Bezos was going to put William Shatner on a fucking rocket and send him past the Kármán line into actual outer space if they thought he had any chance of not making it.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's 90 and he was cleared to fly.
Yeah, bro.
That, my friends, that is a life well lived.
That is a life well. That is a life fulfilled. Yeah. When you can do, and this is why I said, I put up a post the other day, and I was like, you know what? When you do what you love, and what you love will love you back. plain and simple. Do what it is that you love. I don't care what it is on the planet Earth. Anything that
100%.
you love, do what you love, and the universe will align itself, and what you love will love you back. Literally. That's the thing. The problem is, and not enough people in this world are doing that. You're not doing what it is that you love, and because of that, it causes so many different. It causes envy, jealousy, anger, frustration, because you haven't reached your fullest potential. But when you watch someone else that has, you hate it because you haven't achieved that level. But he is showing you, 90 years old, that it is not too late. It's
never. I mean,
it is never too late.
You're absolutely right, Lael, because you don't have to stop. And we lived like, I mean, I hate to say this, my dad was a great guy.
Yeah.
But when he was 50, he looked 25 years older than I do right now. And it was a different life, different time.
Different life, yeah.
And the one thing that my parents instilled in me, one thing, they never said a bad word about anyone. And my father had all kinds of friends. And he always said to me, it was him that he said, Bobby, you can walk into a room full of people, and every one of those rooms is an adventure waiting to happen. And he was right. And that's been sort of the guiding principle of my life.
Yeah.
Is you can walk into a room and it's very funny. In the mid-90s, a movie came out called Swingers that I think everybody loves if you've seen it. It's a great film about L.A. at the time. Vince Vaughn, Jon Favreau, our director of Iron Man, wrote and stars in it. And it's all about Los Angeles in the mid-90s. And it was I identify it with that's why we made Free Enterprise.
Yeah.
But in that movie, there's a great moment where they go to a party and they're like, this is lame, even though it's not, because everyone in LA in the mid '90s was looking for the best party, and I always thought, you know what? I thought about Mike Damone, the character from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Mike Damone.
Mike Damone. And he was telling his friend Mark Ratner about how to date. And they're standing at the record store. And Mike Damone has one of the greatest, one of the greatest philosophies of partying or going out. And he's trying to explain to Mark Ratner what to do. And he turns and he looks at the Debbie Harry, the life-size Debbie Harry cardboard cutout. He puts his arms around Debbie Harry's shoulders. And he's trying to say to Mark, he's like, Mark, you have to understand that wherever you go, you have to act like that's the place to be. There's not some place that's better than, if you two are together, it doesn't matter where you are. And so he's standing there, and they're looking out the Sherman Oaks Galleria, and he looks at Debbie Harry, and he puts his arms around her, and he looks her in the eye, and says, Debbie. And then he gestures out to the mall. Isn't this great?
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, that's the key to life, man.
That is.
Because it's always Yoda.
All his life he has looked away to the future, never his mind on where he was. What he was doing.
Exactly.
Mike Damone would say, wherever you are, act like that's the place to be. Debbie,
that's the place to be.
Hi. And that was my experience of LA. Like, in the mid-90s, LA was a very fun place to be. And there was fun to be had everywhere. And there was a lot of people that were always looking around going, well, this isn't the best party. And I'm like, my philosophy was like, we're here. Why don't we make it the best party?
Exactly.
And I feel that's what we should be doing now. Everyone's bitching and moaning and complaining. Why don't we take it upon ourselves to make this country the best country it can be? Why don't we rock the house? Why don't we invite everyone in, be like, hey, guys, girls, ladies, gents, however you identify, whatever gender you want to be, come in here. We're gonna turn up the music.
Present.
We're gonna play some bass. We're gonna talk, and we are gonna get crazy together. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Why be divisive, whatever you want to call it? Why are we all so angry?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't know where the anger is coming from. And this is a question that I've asked many people. Why are you so angry? And I've heard a lot of responses, but part of existence is how you respond to a situation.
Yes.
And, it's like if you're holding on to anger like that, it's just, you can't have a normal existence.
Yes, you can't. You can't. And that's why, like I was watching in the chat, I just saw here, Charlie Unicorn says, be present. That's it. That's it. That's the key to be present in the moment. Appreciate appreciate that very moment. You never know what that moment can bring. Just that very moment. Just be present. I'm telling you, I learned that Rob, listen, and I don't mean, like I said, I'm pretty sure she's listening, but Toya lives every single moment, and she lives in the moment. I think that is why I love her so much.
Well, she comes into these chats and brings, you can tell she smiles in the chat.
Yes. She lives in the moment, and she is always present. When she is in a room, I swear to God, Rob, when she is in a room, it doesn't matter how gloomy that situation is. She always makes it like she's the female version of Damone. No matter where she is, just act like it is the place.
I love the fact when I said Mike Damone, you knew exactly who I was talking about.
Exactly. That's, bro, Fast Times at Ridgemont High is my cult classic film of all time. I love that film. I love the 80s, so come on. It's like literally.
That's my life, yeah.
That's the life. And the thing is, bro, that is what life is all about. Living and being present in the moment, no matter what. Being present in that moment and making life and making that moment the best moment it can be. Bro, I can literally walk into Target and I'm thinking, you know what? We've all had these moments. Have you ever had that moment when you're driving and there's a certain area that you drive? You can drive in an area that is real gloomy and you feel that. You get out of that area, you drive to an area that is so familiar, and you just feel you feel overwhelmed by nostalgia, and you feel so good because there's a moment in time. And I tell Toya this all, when we go to certain places together, if we go to Target, it is the best feeling in the world for me. I don't know why, but when we go to Target, it is the best feeling. When we go to a place called here, it's called At Home. And it's full of nothing. But when we go there, and the reason why I go specifically now is because they have all their holiday stuff out, Christmas stuff and all that. I can spend hours in there around the Christmas tree section because it is my place of peace. She doesn't understand, but I love Christmas that much. But it's just the simple fact that I am present in that moment. And I learned this because of her. I literally have be in that moment and cherish that moment, because that moment will not last forever. So be in that moment and make memories so that the next place that you get to, you can recreate and create even more moments. That's the thing. It's the key to life. We have to live in that. That's living in the moment, Rob. Honestly, living in the moment is what got me and brought me here. Well, this show and why I met you guys is living in the moment. That's what brought me here.
Well, I would say let me go a little further with that. Like the two of you doing this show now. What I love about this show, specifically with the two of you, the three of us, is it's positive. It's all about positivity because, like, look, Leal, like I met you because we're talking about action figures. like think about it. And by the way, we have a multi-generational, like we're the old dudes, and like Justin's like half my age, and I look at him as the call him the Marlon Brando of toy reviewers. He probably doesn't know who Marlon Brando is, but if he did, he doesn't even know. I have a Marlon Brando hot toy figure. I don't even think he knows exists. And
I know you do.
You know, and I love Justin. Like I love, and what I love about Justin is he brought me joy. Yeah. Like his channel, like I don't think he gets it because he's a very humble guy and he's doing, but he doesn't understand like some dude in Hollywood when, I want to bang my head against the wall. I watch a Justin's Collection review.
Yeah.
I did today with his Short Trooper review. I'm like, and what I love about YouTube specifically, and like, and you, it's been a positive experience.
Yeah.
Like we've created, we literally conjured up a community of people all around, literally all around the world. That are just talking about, and you could turn around and make it divisive and scream and yell and bitch and moan and complain and say whatever you want, or we can sit here and talk about all the shit we love, and isn't that better?
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, by the way, we the line of the century just sent in a super chat and says, I'm supposed to get up for work in 2 hours. But I just want to thank you guys for doing these shows. You've pulled me out of some dark places several times.
See?
Aww.
See? This is what we're meant to do.
We're glad for that.
This is how the world is supposed to. We are happy to do that, and this is every moment. Rob, this is all right. Let me go back. Let me go back in time a little bit. Let me just go back.
I'm gonna go back in time. That's very Back to the Future of you.
Exactly. Rob, watching. Okay, so following, I used to watch. This is how things work. So I would always watch Collider because it was just giving full information. It had not only just John Campea, it had a lot of other individuals who? I would follow their channel. John Campea. So it would had him, but it had a whole host of individuals. When John decided to basically do his own show, and then because Rob, I had followed your career for years, like literally for years. So literally for years. So
I'm sorry.
When he had you on his show, I was like, wait a minute, he has Robert. He knows Robert. So I'm watching this. But the icing on the cake is when I'm like, wait a minute, Robert Meyer Burnett collects 6-scale figures.
Yes.
And I was like, well, wait a minute. Yes. How could I not have put 2 and 2 together, knowing some of the projects that he's worked on, knowing that he is a thespian of historical events.
Come on now.
Knowing, how could I have not known this and put that together in general? I willed myself to get
I'm sending her to you, just so you know.
Bro,
I don't have the box
myself. Bro, that piece is incredible. I willed myself to get to this moment. And I seriously, you can will yourself. Listen, again, we have glorious purpose as human beings, and we can will ourselves into any situation that we can, as long as we are present and we live in the moment.
And more so now than ever.
Yes.
Like what I find interesting is to me, when I first started, the first day I worked on Collider, it was in April of 2015. Yeah. And John Schnepp, who I'd known for years, calls me up and goes, hey, man, we're doing the 6th episode of this show about comic books, and it's on the Collider. And I knew Steve. I knew Frosty for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm like, so there's a TV. Actually, then it wasn't Collider. It was AMC Heroes. And so it was the 6th episode. And I show up. I didn't know John Campea. So I come in as a guest, and it was me, Schnepp, and Campea, and we're talking about comic books and comic book movies. So I would walk in, I would show up, I would walk in, I'd sit at the desk and leave. And it never it never like I had no connection to YouTube, or I didn't put something on it, so I would leave.
Yeah.
And I did that show for 3.5 years, and it got to the point where we did it every day, and then after I was doing it for like 6 months, I get stopped sometimes on the street, and someone's like, "Hey man, I watch you on YouTube."
Oh, see?
And I was like, "Am I on YouTube?" I mean, I kind of knew I was, but because I just walked in, did the show, and left, the medium of delivery eluded me. Like I didn't, and I wasn't watching pundits or anything. And then when I was with Elizabeth, the first time it happened, we were at the Cheesecake Factory in Old Town Pasadena. Yeah. And the maitre d' comes running around. He goes, "Oh my God, you're Robert Meyer, Burnett." And I'm like, he's like, "I watch you every week." I'm like, and I'm like, to me, it still doesn't register because I'm like working on films or what. Like, He goes, "You're on Collider Heroes." I'm like, yes. Like because I wasn't doing it. Like I wasn't so I didn't. So for 3.5 years, the first time it really registered, I was at a Coldplay concert at the Rose Bowl, and I got stopped like 4 times. And Elizabeth, they're all like, "Are you like are you famous?" I'm like, I didn't know. I'm like, I wouldn't say I was famous. I mean,
bro, you don't understand.
Yes,
and, but it was such a weird thing because you don't, when and this was before I was doing my own show, so programming it and logging in and picking theme music and all that stuff. I just walked in and and I was just like, oh, I'm sitting down with my friends to talk about, well, the week's comics. I mean, that's how it felt.
Yep.
You know, it didn't feel like, because I had no connection to producing that stuff, and then started doing the Schmodown. When I first did the Schmodown, I was all very earnest and all that. And then someone said, you know, you could be a heel. And I'm like, what's a heel? You're like a bad guy. And I'm like, that sounds fun. and then I was looking at wrestling guys. I gravitated to Ric Flair, and I had this ridiculous jacket I bought for a comic book. I mean, a Halloween like 2002 or whatever. I hadn't worn it. I'll wear this and just be a douchebag and like be like, oh my God, and then suddenly I'm on the Schmodown. It was fun, you know. It was, and when it first started, I won. I became the first Inner Geekdom champion because I didn't study. It was just, and then then people got all serious, like, and then they're studying, and I'm like, okay, like, I know what I know because when in the 80s I watched 100 million movies. I went to film school. But over the last 25 years, I haven't had the time to watch films 10,000 times like I used to. So I would never be able to compete. So I became a big disappointment to everyone. So now let me be a heel. It was fun. I mean, I had such a good time. It was, and by the way, I would say with only a few exceptions, which I didn't even know about at the time, my time on Collider and working on the Schmodown, I loved it. I loved everybody there. I loved everyone at Collider. Everybody was so cool, and they were so nice, and I really loved everyone. There are a few people that I think believed that my persona as a heel was like the real person. Like, it was very funny because when I went in there, you know, you don't be like, "Hi, my name's Robert Burnett, and here's my resume." And there were people that came up to me later, and they're like, I'd worked there for like 4 years, and they're like, have you really made movies? Like, did you co-produce the Agent Cody Banks films? I'm like, yeah. And they were like, what? Like, it was funny to me because I was like, well, I did that like 15 years ago. But it's not like I walk into a room and go, "Hi, everyone. My name is Robert Meyer Brett, and here's what I've done for the last 20 years. You don't do that, you know, and you just walk in and go, "Hey, man, what's up? Can't wait to talk about this week's comic books."
Yeah,
you know, that's what we're there to do. And it's, you know.
You don't realize, Rob, how many people you touch with shows like this, man. I don't think I know you do, but I think sometimes.
So when you say touch, I wonder. I'm like, Is that the best way to put it?
Exactly. How? Okay, let's change that up.
No, because
no, but like literally,
if the
like,
ladies think I touch them, well, if I touch them, well,
there you go. But you influence so many lives, and you like give people a place to breathe, and that's what it's all about. And I think that's what we. But you really do keep people. You give people, and this is why people are willing to stay up, this long. Like they go to bed with you, literally, and wake up with you, literally, because of the actual show.
God, that's
like
what she
literally,
said. Yes,
right.
No. Well, I appreciate you saying that because look, my whole thing was this microphone. The only reason I'm on YouTube is Elizabeth bought me this microphone.
Yeah,
it was John Schnepp, the late great John Schnepp, who said to me, "You should start your own YouTube channel." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "What would it be about?" And he said, "Well, you're always so excited about everything, legitimately excited." And I was like, but that's not a show."
Yeah.
And then people talked about it, and then Elizabeth for I want to say Christmas of 2018. She bought me this microphone, and we had gone up and interviewed Greg Smith. And the first episode of Robservations, I wanted it to be this documentary show. Yeah. And if you go back and watch the first episode, I interviewed a friend of mine from junior high and high school, Greg Smith, who's part of the 501st. He built a full-size land speeder. He also built a full-size snow speeder and his Boba Fett cosplay, and I did a whole piece on him.
I need to meet him.
Oh, he's amazing, and he's also one of the. He built his whole house, the house he lives in the woods. He has a beautiful wife, and his daughter's amazing, and he's such a great guy. And it was funny because I just wanted to see his land speeder, and I'm like, we're up in Seattle. I'm like, hey, can I interview you? And Elizabeth and I had these are our iPhones we got in 2018, and we had iPhone 10s, and so we had 2 cameras to shoot with, and we did the first Robservations. It took me like 2 months to cut it, and I'm like, well, this isn't gonna work. so she bought me a microphone. She's like, just talk.
Yeah,
and talk. Here we are. But now let me ask the two of you this. Enough of my self-aggrandizing. Where is it? So Lael, before you got here, made a really interesting point about aging fandom, and that fandom didn't, exist the way it exists now. Like, you and I are sort of elder statesmen in this space. I think I'm older than you, but we're still, people, we're not 20-year-olds talking about, oh my God, I just watched Aliens for the first time. We know this stuff. So, and Lael, how do you feel that fandom as we age, like, there's never going to be a time where I'm like, well, I'm 70 now, and I'm no longer going to think about Star Wars. So as fandom grows up and ages, are we going to age out of our fandom?
No.
I mean, like how's that going to work? Because both of you, you guys appeared together in a great photo at New York Comic Con.
Yes.
And I saw as much joie de vivre in that photo as I felt when I was 20.
Yes.
So if you could both talk about, address the issue of what does it mean to be a fan growing older today?
Yeah, and this is very interesting because before I started on YouTube, this was a question that we had for electronic dance music and for ravers who are over 50. And, it's like, surprisingly enough,
I'm one of them.
Yeah, there's millions of them that are constantly going to these, music events and are very active in the community. And they wanted to find out, why are they still doing this? And, what drives them? And, what is their experience? Is it different from when they were younger, and all sorts of variables? But I remember when we were at Comic-Con, Lael, and as we were walking the floor, we kept hearing music from the 1980s. And I kept thinking, I was like, wait a minute, is that Lisa and the Cult Jam? Or is that, it was like so strange. And I wondered to myself, the person who picked this set list, isn't, has nostalgia for the 80s. And I took a look around the Comic-Con floor and also in the vendors and came to the realization that the fandom is, older now, or at least it seems older. Our parents didn't have this experience in fandom. They didn't.
It is.
We're having an experience that's very unique for us in fandom right now. Our parents couldn't go to these conventions because they didn't exist at that time.
Right.
Exactly.
And so, I thought about that as well. And in particular to EDM, because there weren't a lot of like major EDM events before 2000, they just wasn't, maybe you could go to a rave, but they didn't have things like EDC or Tomorrowland or Ultra that you can go to, and younger people can experience music there in a different way. So I thought to myself, there is a certain segment of the fandom that we fit into. And we, I've often heard a lot of economists say that we're the ones who have the money to spend on figures, but I'm seeing more and more younger people invest in figures and in other things that they are interested in. So I think that it's a very interesting demographic that we're in. And I think that we have a lot to share and communicate to other generations, or just people who didn't have time to look at some of this stuff. There's a whole bunch of people who didn't have time to watch Deep Space Nine because maybe they were doing other things, or couldn't do that. So,
what? They didn't watch Deep Space Nine?
There's maybe they didn't have time to do that. Maybe they were working 2 jobs. Maybe this was maybe they're just watching it now. And so, I think that what's very interesting about it is that some of what we've been looking at fits into a specific context, but the science fiction and the passion and the stories have managed to not only pervade our lives, but pervade everyday society. So now people who are perhaps not even fans of, what we're fans of, are using it like it's a cultural expression for them. Like every person who gets approached by another person in a conflict, in a playful conflict, will kind of be like, well, my kung fu is better than your kung fu. Well, where do they get that from? Maybe they don't watch a million kung fu movies like I have, or like you guys have, but it's gone into the regular culture now, even in ordinary movies. And, it's something that I think that what we're seeing is a lot more of our cultural significant fandom things that we find important are everywhere now. So it's not just that it's become more mainstream, it's just that it's actually become part of the culture overall. And so it's inescapable. Now we're seeing a lot of stuff when we watch new movies, and we'll say, oh, that's like such and such, or that's like that other film. They took that straight from wherever. It's because we've memorized those special features in the films that we've known all along, and we're seeing that now. I think that our role can not only be to, when people ask questions or look at different things we want to review or what we should look for, it would be interesting to say, hey, well, did you check this out? And I think a lot of times we do this. If you liked that, you probably would love this. And time and time again, when I look at the chat, either, in actually in all of our streams, no matter what stream we're on, there's always somebody who says, oh, you like this? Maybe you should check this out. And I'm so appreciative of that, because I don't have to go through 40 years worth of anything to get, in the direction of stuff that I love. So if anything, we can steer people in the right direction to further their interests, but also if they want to talk more about the impact in our particular time, we can. Like, for example, I think it was a few weeks ago, we were talking about Spike Lee movies, and Lael, you and I grew up in New York, and we lived that. Like, it was real for us. Do the right thing. That was something we knew. But to put it in context now, it doesn't quite, it's still relevant, but to understand what the concerns were at the time, I think that we kind of play a role and express that. I also think that William Shatner kind of did that, because for him, his experience was a little different. Like, he was on a different plane of existence. You mentioned it, Robert, and Lael, I think you touched on it. For him, the experience is going to be completely different because of his age. And so, if we can go ahead, that's the great thing about having some of these collections too, is that you might open a book and you read it when you were 20 and now you're 40, you're reading it. What about when you're 60 or 70 and you're reading it? Like, I actually changed my whole idea of what horror stories mean to me, because I always think that now kind of looking at horror films is just another way to look at how we perceive humanity, and I thought about it that way before, but I do think about it, especially with Hellraiser.
Yeah.
And I think when I remember working in the movie theater in the 80s, I never thought about Hellraiser as a way of looking at humanity. It was just like the scary film.
Oh, no. It absolutely is.
Terrified. Yeah, I was terrified, but I was probably maybe 18 years old. And, for me, this is a very scary film. I have to, not be shocked by what I'm seeing. Now I look at it and I'm like, oh, did you notice this? And, I'm very, observant of all the details in there, and it means something so different to me. So I think that that's part of the aging and fandom experience, and we have a lot to share, and we appreciate, all the ages in the fandom, but in particular, I think that this is like a prime time for us. What do you think, Leo?
I think, okay, so, and that's an excellent, this is an excellent question, because for us, I think as we grow, like years ago, when I thought about this, because my daughter now, she's 22 years old, and she has such an affinity for 80s, 70s. She loves Prince.
But let me ask you this: why do you think that is?
And I see, the thing is, it's, you know what, and I'm going to always say it, it's also, a lot of it has to do with genetics because of her father, because basically I'm telling you, it has to be that way. Some of it is, but I think also for the simple fact that she appreciates, she's very vintage, she's old as heart, at heart, like she loves
old soul.
Exactly, has such an old soul. She loves going, she's a thrift shopper. She loves to thrift shop for certain things. She finds pieces. Like, she is such an old soul, but she has such an appreciation for the nostalgia that I came up in, like just the era that I came up in. She has such an appreciation, asks questions, she studies. She's always, literally, I think that she's an historian herself. Like, she just doesn't understand it. But like, literally, because she loves these things. But I think as we grow, like, and it's an interesting question, we can never, I don't think that we will ever grow out of this type of fandom. And the reason why is because it attaches itself to our soul. It does, to a sense that it takes us back to moments I can still relive. I can still smell the environment. I can still feel the fabric that I wore back in that era. Yeah. I can still basically feel the warmth of the sun in the summer. I can feel the wintertime. I can feel all those moments. I can still feel it as if it happened yesterday. And it's moments that I'm going to carry with me for the rest of my life because it was part of the experience. Rob, from the car that you drove in the 80s, I
had a yellow Celica.
Exactly.
Black leather interior and a yellow, right? I called it the Killer Bee because it looked like a bumblebee.
Listen,
that was my first car, and fucking it was dope as fuck.
Right. My first car was a blue Chevy Nova. And I love that car.
Like, dude. Now that's...
Yes, it was a blue Chevy Nova, and I love that car.
That's some American metal.
It was yesterday. Exactly. That was my first car. Cherished it. I remember those moments. I remember going to West Coast videos. I remember going to Blockbuster. I remember actually going to wall-to-wall sounds and videos. I remember going to places like that. I remember all of these moments because, like I said, it attached itself to my soul like a virus, and it still lives there because they were great moments. For us, we've experienced it. So when people nowadays, when they go back and they relive these moments, I'm talking about even the younger generation, when they have an appreciation for it, they're not just paying homage to those creators. They're not just paying homage to those films. They're literally paying homage to us, bro, because we lived those moments. So we're all a part of it. Like, when I'm a firm believer that when you create something, when you create it and it's part of your life, you've created something and you put it out there in the world, it no longer belongs to you. It's not yours anymore.
I agree with you 100%.
It's not yours anymore.
Right.
So when these people such as George Lucas, Francis Ford Coppola, like all these film icons, people who have created certain things and placed them out there in the world, and we enjoy it, it's no longer theirs. They can't claim it anymore. You might have created it, but it's not yours because you've embedded that in our soul, and we've carried it
with us for the rest of our lives. So as I grow, the thing is, these things are so cool, and it keeps me cool. Like seriously, when people walk up to me,
I
and
don't
ask
think
me
you could
about
ever
certain
not be
things-
cool. Yeah. Come on now.
bro.
Come on
when
now.
people walk
Have you
up to
ever
me-
not been cool?
Bro, there's been moment when I've been uncouth.
Like maybe. Wait. Uncouth is different than uncool.
It is different.
I know.
It is different.
You
I
might
know.
be uncouth. That doesn't mean you weren't cool.
I know. You know what? The thing is,
An
I
important
think
distinction, sir.
cool is a state of mind, plain and simple. It is. It's a state of mind, and what you basically may find, what we find cool, other people may not. But
No, everything we find cool,
It's
everyone
great.
else should find
It's
cool.
great.
'Cause,
but this is
we're the final arbiters of cool. Come on now.
Exactly, we are. And the thing is, bro, we have now. How many? Listen, how many now? Like, do you see now? The geekdom world has grown so much. How many people now are talking about these things and interested? When Toya the other day, I was real. Like, I didn't know how it was going to be perceived. The other day, she put up a post and she talked about how I started. She talked about basically how I got to this moment. You know what I mean? She talked about like.
But wait, hang on. I gotta stop you there. What moment? What do you mean by that?
So she talked about how we met and how I started collecting. You know what I mean? When she talked about those moments, she was like, all right, when we met and I mentioned to her that, I love Star Wars, I'm a collector, and whatever. She's like, I glossed over it so quickly. She said, but to her it was interesting.
Boy, were you
but
lucky.
She just wanted she wanted to wait. She said, I'm just gonna wait and see whatever. So fast forward when she finally came over the house and she saw everything. And she grown the interest, and like she had always had an interest in Star Wars and science fiction and certain films. It was just that was her gateway to understanding.
Sure,
and I can show her these things, and she can understand it, and she's welcome to my world. When all of this started, she saw my collection. She was the first person to say, "You need to do reviews." And I did my first review of her with her in my home. She watched it. It was documented. She has it on her phone. Everything. When I did my first review, she was there. Now, fast forward up into this particular moment. I look at these things and I'm like, yo, when she put this up on Facebook, I didn't know how it was going to be perceived. So many of her friends and people who follow her were like, yo, that is cool as shit. I love
and that surprised you? Like you?
It did, because I was like, wait a minute. Literally, I didn't know that I didn't know that there were so many people that were literally interested in the stuff but at the same time, it led me to understand that people loved, and here's the thing, people will love you for who you are.
Yes.
As long as you stay true to it. They know that, look, on the outside, they would have never thought that this was me. On the outside, they would never thought that this is my collection, that this is the stuff that I'm into. And it's because so many people, not like me, but like so many people are out there who are afraid to admit these things, and they hide it based on everyone else's perception. And when she put that out there, I was like, wait a minute, you mean that they really embraced that? And she's like, hell, so many people reached out and was like, bro, how come you didn't? I'm like, I've been saying this for the longest time.
No.
You just don't listen.
let me ask you something. So I mean, she's obviously someone that loves and cares about you, but she also, we all know that beautiful women have to deal with, I mean, a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And what men are not good at doing is being true to themselves. Yeah. They're always trying to be something they're not, or we're always trying to be compensating for things that we aren't.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the things I've found about fandom is that, like, it's genuine.
Yeah.
And women love passion. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't have to be Picasso about being passionate about your paintings or whatever. But if you're passionate,
yes,
women know if it's true.
Yes, they do.
And they also know that if we're passionate people, we're not just passionate about action figures.
Yes.
We're passionate about everything.
Exactly.
We're passionate, and nothing more so than the women in our lives.
Exactly.
Because that's at least for me. I mean, that's what drives us. That's what that's what makes us. And I mean, I always joke, our ladies in our lives are our ultimate action figures, and I joke about that. But ultimately, I mean, metaphorically, it's all about that. And it's an externalization of what's going on in our minds. In our minds, we're constantly excited about everything. Yes. It's all about and I think that one of the great problems of the modern age is people don't know where passion is. They're given it you're going to log on and you're going to log on to OnlyFans to bring it back around. And you're going to have an impersonal experience with some girl that's going to tell you, as a man, some girl that's going to tell you what you want to hear and do whatever it is that you want her to do. But and that's where we're at, and that's so impersonal. And what you really want is, I think you might agree with this, what you really want is a partner. Somebody that you can, tell. You can tell the girl on OnlyFans what you want to do, but what you really want is a partner that loves you and is kinky as fuck and wants to do whatever you want her to do, and she wants to do the same shit back to you. And yet, now it's become all virtual, and that's unfortunate. We are losing our ability to actually look someone in the eye and talk to them, and especially when it comes to intimacy. We talked earlier, Lael, before you were here, what wants. I mean, the words you want me to say or want your partner to say, I'll say them. I mean, and to have somebody delight in the lust you have for them. That's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing to have a partner who you literally want to devour, not like Armie Hammer might want to devour people. But I'm talking devour like I want to, as Prince would say, I want to drink from your river of life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on now. Yeah. There's a reason why James Bond is a cunning linguist. And here's the thing. It takes time. You got to bring, when you're with a person you want to be with, you got to bring your finesse game. Because you want to please them, whatever your partner is. I don't care who that person is. Genders, I don't care. Whoever your partner is going to be with, your job is to show them that being with them is something that turns you on so much. Exactly. And bringing them pleasure, that's your job. And if you can do that, if you can show a person that passion, they will give it back to you tenfold.
Absolutely.
Tenfold.
Exactly. And that's the truth. That is honest the truth. That's it. And that's that passion. They see that passion in you, and they see what drives you. And that, for them, they understand your purpose, and they understand that you have purpose.
Your glorious purpose.
It's a turn on. When you see someone who basically, they thrive, they know what they want to do, and they go after it. That means that they are willing to do whatever it takes to protect you and to keep you happy, and that is their purpose. Seriously.
And to drive it home, I would like to say, if you as a dude have a great curated action figure collection, I think a woman knows that when you go down on her, you're going to do some serious work. You've already explored the anatomy of it all. You know what to do. You know how to go from a 45 beats per minute to up to 120 beats per minute. You can read the room. So when you bring the breakdown in, you are doing the job you need to do. And when you do that, it's because your action figure collection has led you to understand and do the research where
You were
you
in that
can make
moment.
your partner happy.
Exactly.
So that's how I'll equate action figure collecting to sex. Which,
Well,
by the way,
Robert-
I know is true. By the way, it's true.
Robert, this has been an incredible show tonight.
Should we? Are we going to end it now?
I don't know.
Well, hang on.
Hey,
Hang
let's
on.
just get
Wait.
started.
Wait.
Do we have more super chats?
Well, hang on. We got a few. 200 watts. Wait. First of all, Latoya T says a Marlon Brando reference. You know, I want to get. It's too high, but I want to get my. I have a wild one. Hot Toys made. I have a Hot Toys James Dean, a Hot Toys Marlon Brando. Even Justin was like, they made Hot Toys of Marlon Brando. Yes.
Know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
didn't know.
they did.
He,
Yes, they did.
Justin's like, who's Marlon Brando? It's fine. It's fine.
And James Dean and
So Latoya T is like a Marlon Brando reference, and she claps.
Yes.
Everyone should reference. My favorite hot toy of all time is my Marlon Brando from The Godfather. It's my favorite hot toy. Oh, that you should look up the box. I mean, my God, it's incredible. And by the way, he comes with a chair.
But the John
with a
Wayne
chair. Oh my God. So then 200 Watt Studio says, I just finished Halloween Kills. Oh my God.
Yes.
No spoilers, but the original Halloween 2 is better than this. I can't believe this is produced by Jamie and John. Well, I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Tomorrow's Midnight Metal is all about Halloween. Wait till you see the box I got from Scream Factory today. Wow. All I can say.
I love the picture you used. You put it like it's orange. In the
Oh yeah, well, that was Dave.
advertisement.
Dave made that. Dave made that.
Dave, it looks great, Dave. I love you did that.
Dave made that. I mean, Dave is a great artist. He does that work.
Yes.
200 Watt Studio goes on to say, I can only look at Halloween Kills as a satire. Well, that might be. I mean,
Did you see it, Rob?
I haven't seen. I'm going to watch it tomorrow before tomorrow's Midnight Metal. I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
Yes, I did.
What'd you
you think of it?
Well, wait, hang on. I did promise. Dave said, don't talk about Halloween Kills. It's all about. But, Lael, I'm going to make an exception. Give us just the Cliff's Notes. Don't say much.
Okay. I'm not, like I said, I don't want to go into the details or anything. What I'll say is, think for us, for us, think of what it was when you watched, how you felt when you watched the first Halloween film, okay? Think of how you felt. Think of how that film was. Okay, so take the second one, okay? Have to understand the feel of those particular films and the era and the times. So the feel of that.
Yep.
So when you go into it, right? Remember that I said you have to remember just the nostalgia, but is also the feel of those particular times. Now, again, there are some things that you will enjoy. There are some things that you will question. I don't want to take away from the film's lore because it is something that, it is iconic. And of course, anything with, I'm sorry, Jamie Lee Curtis, even right now, is one of the most attractive women ever.
Oh, I'm with you. Have you seen Trading Places?
Bro,
or Perfect?
I love her.
Yo, I love me some Jamie Lee Curtis. Bro. Always have.
Me too.
I love Jamie Lee Curtis. But just listen, go into it with an open mind and you have to be subjective, of course, but go into it with an open mind, but just know that I think they were going for the feel of those two films. They were going for the feel of because the thing is, if you're looking for horror, you're going to find horror. This film is very, I want to say, kind of fast paced. It moves through certain things a lot quicker. And I actually want to say that I have never seen Michael this vicious.
Well, yeah, the body count's huge.
Yeah, he is vicious, like literally vicious. And I have never seen him move this fast, but he is vicious. But understand that what they were going, and then I will tell you, Rob, I'll tell you this: the opening sequence of this film will please you. It will please you.
I love that you say please with a Halloween movie. I love that. I can't wait.
You will love it.
Something to look forward to.
Think of nostalgia, and there's one particular character without giving names. When you see this, you'll be like, they really did this. I cannot believe that they did this.
All right.
And that's just where I was. So go into it and just remember the opening sequence. And when you watch it, we're going to talk about it.
We will.
Like,
I mean,
wow.
You got to know the first piece of physical media I owned, the very first video cassette I owned was Halloween. Yeah. So I've seen the original Halloween 100 times. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I never thought I would buy it again, but oh wait, the box showed up today. Yeah. A big box of. Well, I'll show it on Sunday, but it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So 200 Watt Studio also goes on to say, I can only look at Halloween Kills as a satire. I don't know. What do you think about that?
You have to see it. That's the
I know. I'm going to see it. I'll see it. I'm going to watch it.
When you see it,
I can't not do tomorrow. Dave Parker and I mean, we're going to go off on Halloween, the whole franchise. I mean, all of it means so much to us. So we'll talk about it. The lovely, by the way, Connie Sang, who I wish I had met her 20 years ago because, like I told her, I said if I'd met her, one of the coolest ladies I've met in a long time. She is amazing on every level. If I met her 20 years ago, we'd probably be married and divorced by now. But whatever. That wouldn't have been so bad. I don't know. But she's so cool. So Connie says, Midnight Metal plus No Man's Sky is my favorite combo. Now, for those of you who don't know, No Man's Sky is a video game with an infinite... I think it's a PlayStation game, right? Or is it multi-platform? PlayStation where you can go like colonize planets or do whatever you want. And when it first came out, it didn't live up to its promise, but they have subsequently fixed it over the years. And it's a game that I actually own an earlier iteration of that I've never played that I've always wanted to play. But so Connie Sang says, Midnight Metal, No Man's Sky is my favorite combo. Another great show, guys. Well, you know what, Connie, you've been very supportive of everything I've done. Tango Shalom, the streaming shows. It's a privilege to know you, so thank you for being a friend. And you are an incredible woman, an incredible human being.
Yes.
And I'm a huge fan of yours, and can't wait to see you again. So
yes.
Michael Elliott sends in a super chat and says, "Hey RMB and Lael, I am here about to unbox a figure."
Yes. Which one?
McFarlane's The Drowned. I got from Target yesterday. Off again this morning for more. Well, Michael, you know what? I mean, we might be six. I know. We might be 6 scale whores for Hot Toys. But here's the thing. There are action figures of every shape, size, color, creed, whatever. Yes. Whatever you prefer in terms of your plastic preference. It does not matter. If you love it, it's great.
And Michael has quite the collection.
Yes. Now, let me ask you, you're kind of like the stealth collector. You allude to collecting. But what would you, if someone said to you, what is your favorite action figure that you have? What is your favorite, I mean, and also philosophically, are you I don't know, are you 12 scale, 6 scale? What is your jam?
I like 1/6 scale and life size. So, anything Mandalorian.
I like life size too. I wish I only packed it.
Anything Mandalorian or Baby Yoda related. So that includes any character at all. that appeared in 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, and any character that's going to appear in the Book of Boba Fett, any character that's going to appear in Ahsoka. I want all of those. I want every single one. I'm waiting for them to make them all.
Oh my God.
And if they make them in life size, I want to get them. I have the life size Baby Yodas. This is actually my mother's Baby Yodas, but she doesn't know I'm going to take them from her.
Grogu, come on now. Grogu.
When I move him from where he is, I was on another chat once and someone said, I want to see it. I said, okay. So I went and I got it. And no sooner had I, shown it in the picture that my mother called me on my phone and asked me where I had taken Grogu.
Oh my God.
So she's got like a low jack on him or something. Like, she doesn't notice what's going on in the TV, but once Grogu was removed from the living room where he's looking at her, she knows. So, but I also like some of those life-size statues. It's actually like a bust from the waist up. You know the ones, Lael. I was showing you that the other day.
Yeah, you showed me. Yep.
And they've got this beautiful Wonder Woman one where she's.
Yes, they do. Yes,
oh yeah, it doesn't Justin have that?
Yes, he. Oh, I don't know if he has that.
I don't think he has the life. Oh, he has a life-size one?
I think he does.
Yeah, I think he does have one of those.
Because he actually did a video unboxing of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he does. Yes, he does.
And I've asked Justin if it comes out or if they send it to him to review the life-size Aquaman one.
Man.
Where he's holding
that
the
one
Triton.
We looked at
and he's like this, he's holding the Triton and he's like and it's just I really want that figure.
Yeah. I need the Hot Toys Aquaman from Justice League. I didn't get that.
But I also collect some other stuff that what is it called? Mission Fleet. Like these Mission Fleet, they're a lot smaller, but they look fantastic. And I just got one that was they just made it. It's of the and Lael, you and I both are getting the HasLab Razor Crest. Yes. But the Mission Fleet one, I have to get it. I gotta go get it.
God damn it! I so slept on that shit. I want that.
I have just to get the Mission Fleet one. Just 1 second.
Yo, that has, you know what? And it was a lot of people who slept on it. And on top of that, there were a lot of people that were upset that it was blown up.
I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like I have all kinds of ships that were blown up. I still love them.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by blown ups. By the way, my favorite spaceship of all time, the Enterprise from the refit Enterprise from Star Trek The Motion Picture, was blown up in Star Trek 3. It doesn't mean I don't have a beautiful 1/350th scale model right over there.
Exactly.
Wow, that's a pretty great Razor Crest. Look at that.
It's around $40, and it's the Razor Crest, as you can see.
Wow. Is that for the game? Is that for the game? What is that?
No, it's the Mission Fleet Razor Crest. Mission Fleet makes they're smaller toys. Here you can see it opens here. It also
but that's
opens
still pretty chunky. That's pretty cool.
There's a cockpit here, as you can see. Grogu's in there playing whatever he's doing. He's doing his little thing. He's occupied with it, whatever. And there's Mando. They come out.
No, the Mission Fleet is that. Now, what is that? What line is that from?
It's Star Wars, right?
Line. Well, no, but what is it? Is Mission Fleet gaming? Is it 3 3/4 figures? Like what is that?
No, this is not 3 3/4. This is just something that they made. But they also have Mission Fleet in other Star Wars toys as well. This is Grogu. He's in there. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. I guess maybe this might be 1/12 or maybe 1/16.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
But look at how cool this thing is. I'm putting this on my desk.
It's so cool. Come on now.
Look at it. It's but they also have other they have other ships. So I didn't pick to see which ones. This one also shoots if you put they've got little red targety things and you press the button and it shoots something out. Mm-hmm. But
it's amazing.
Yeah, I thought this was cool. I got my mother one as well.
Badass as
and it comes with weapons as well, like guns for Mando that you can have him use. Yeah. So the side opens here. If you look, I'll show you. You're not going to see it well, but the side opens, and then when you can look inside of it, and it actually looks like the actual inside.
No, it's dope. Yeah. I think it's really cool. I mean, look, any spaceship thing, I am into.
Hell yeah.
And yes,
Hell yeah.
I yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Look at you, like,
I need that.
kids. I'm gonna just give me a minute. I'm turning it over to the two of you.
Okay.
The two of you, you guys continue on. Give me a couple of minutes.
Yes. Oh boy, he's picking up something. So I don't know what size this is, Lael, but like considering, like all different price points for the ship and for the two figures, it's $40.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But
Like,
but it's a decent looking piece. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's really decent. Like, I like that.
Look at this. I mean, it's just fun, like, sometimes there are some other, reviewers who look at Grogu items. So as you know, I love Grogu.
Yeah.
And I don't always talk about Grogu that much because I don't want people to hate me.
Why?
Because Grogu, like a lot of people don't, like he's not their favorite character, but look at this little guy. You see him holding the ball in his hand?
He's one of the most iconic right now. He's been cemented as an icon right now. Like that character has been cemented as an icon. So what is there? There's no hatred. There shouldn't be any hatred. At least I don't think it should be. Look at that.
Look at the detail in the cockpit. I keep thinking about that figure that you gave away, that Lynch Designs one.
Yeah,
and it looks like that seat, when he's sitting in the cockpit. But you are right. And, for me, I collect what I like.
Yeah.
And, like when I saw this thing, I was like, I'm getting this. And then my mother's like, oh,
yeah, definitely.
Look at how cool this thing. Could you imagine putting this like on a desk or look at it. It is the Razor Crest. There's no doubt about it.
Yes, it is.
Look at the detail that it has. And as I said, like the back, I think it opens. I can't remember how to. Oh yeah. The back opens too. So, when you want to, you have to put on, your bounty, whatever you've captured,
Right there. There you go.
And so in the front guns here, you can put there's like two red, I keep forgetting that my camera's different, but there's two red things and you press the button and they fire out. And
yeah.
But I had so much fun just even looking at this thing. So, like I ended up collecting this. Like I didn't know I was going to like Mission Fleet. But they also make different ships from Star Wars.
Yeah.
So you have to look and see what they have. But I'm
actually looking them up now. You said it was Mission Fleet, right?
Yeah, and it's inexpensive, Lael. Like this is, a reasonable toy for anyone, honestly. Grogu's head doesn't move, but Mando's head moves. Like his like when you think about the size of this toy, even the color on and just the detail overall, the color of it's got little glass, they have little so you can see through the glass. Like this is the coolest thing ever. Until we get our HasLabs, right?
Exactly. Which can't wait till that happens.
But this is going to look great. I'm going to put it under the tree this year. It's going to be in the living room. There's going to be a lot of there's going to just
wait, do that again. Oh my God.
He's like, no!
Okay, can I just say we talked about Halloween. So for those of you who don't know, Scream Factory or Shout Factory has put out all 5 Halloween films: Halloween 1, 2, 3, Season of the Witch, 4 and 5 on 4K disc this week.
Wow!
So
wow,
there are, because the Halloween franchise does mean something to me. There are crazy people. So Scream Factory. This is a preview. You'll see more on Let's Get Physical Media. This is the box set of Halloween 3. And this is part of the whole thing. So I have to say, like, Halloween 3, like, I'm an idiot. And when they
people don't give that movie the love that it deserves.
Dude, I love Halloween 3.
Halloween 3 was an incredible film.
Incredible. Man. And now check this out. So you open this up. So it comes with John Carpenter's, this is vinyl. So in the box, it comes with, and they've done this before, but look at this, dude. This is so effing cool. Wow. If I can get out of the thing. Hang on.
Is that a 45?
Yeah. Well, it's a half of 45. This is Halloween 3. John Carpenter's Halloween.
Wow, look at that.
Come on. Come on now.
Cool.
Right?
Come on, man.
And I love the Halloween 3 score, and Carpenter did it, obviously.
Yeah.
And
You know what? How amazing that, you know what I mean? John Carpenter just, you know what? I'm going to cut out the middleman. I'm just going to do my entire film scores myself.
dude,
And they are iconic.
Escape from New York. I mean, even
Escape
Assault
from
on
New York
Precinct
Court.
13 that was used in rap songs and stuff. So good.
Yes.
And by the way, here is, I have to show the piece de resistance. This is the 4K version of Halloween 3 in the Scream Factory box. I can't wait to watch this because Dean Cundy, who shot the original Halloween, did shoot Halloween 3, directed by Tommy Lee Wallace. And so the first 3 Halloween movies, I didn't know. I ordered the whole ridiculous set, all 5, but the first 3 come in these beautiful boxes.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's a preview of Let's Get Physical Media. I thought I'd bring that up because
I got one more to show.
Oh,
I haven't opened it, and Leo.
Hey man, you never show. You've never shown stuff, so it's all good.
Actually,
like,
I haven't shown I've shown like in other things, but not here. This thing, it's so big, but someone told me I need to check
That's
it.
what she said.
The bike.
That's really
it's
big.
It's a speeder bike.
You have the speeder bike with.
Wait, you got the Hot Toys speeder bike?
Yeah.
Now, is that the Mando speeder bike or the Jedi speeder bike?
I think this is the Scout Trooper one.
Oh my God! Hang on, wait. I think we need to go full frame
it's
on
the
this.
Scout Trooper.
Hang on, we're gonna go full frame. Hold on. I think. Hang on.
Oh, I don't know. It's still in the plastic, though. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're going full frame on this. What?
Let me take it out of the plastic.
Wow! Look at that. Look at that
broken.
display. You've got the Hot Toys light box of Star Wars. Oh my God! Now, Lael, I've never seen your whole display. Look at that. Wait, hang on. So hang on. We're looking at like. Hang on. Let me just go back. Hang on. Let me go back to Lael. Hang on. Wait, Lael. No. Go back where you were. Hang on. Show me the display. There we go. God damn, son! I had no idea I've never seen that. Oh my God! I am freaking out, dude. Oh my God! Oh my God! That is one righteousness. I have nothing like that. That's amazing.
And that.
Oh my God!
That's just this side of the wall. That's just
I know.
That side of the
Oh
wall.
my God! Amazing.
Yeah.
Now hang on. I don't want to slight you. Hang on. Show us.
No, you're not. You're not. It's just I didn't really get a chance to open this. And
well, no, but show us the box because it's pretty cool.
Oh,
Lael. Oh my God! That collection.
The inside of the box. That's just the inside packaging.
Wow.
Of that. I'm not doing a good job here, guys. So sorry.
No. Lael, I had no idea your collection was that huge.
His thing. Yeah, it's huge.
Wow, amazing. That's. I mean, look at that.
Look at him. Look at Grover. He's inside the plastic. I'm going to get you out. I will. I promise.
Stub McShave, by the way, says, I suspect there will be Wheel of Time figures coming out when the show is released. Yes. I wonder how many of the 2782 named characters that will be made. Well, 6 of them will be. Now, look at that. That's pretty impressive.
It's huge. No pun intended.
No, it's so Lael, I gotta ask you. Now that I've seen, I didn't realize how long your collection goes. Now, are those all DTOFs? What do you got there?
So all of these on this side are DTOFs. I have
can you give us? Can you scooch down and give us that lengthy that you just showed?
So yeah, I'll actually scooch down. I'll show you.
No, you don't have to scooch down. No, pardon me. Just pan the way you had it panned so we can see the lengthwise of the collection.
Okay, so basically,
that's what I mean.
It goes all the way down.
And those are all DTOFs?
These are all details.
Well, they look great the way you've lit them. Now, this is a really impressive display. Like, where are you? Are you in a house? Is that your basement? Where is this?
This is my basement office. This is basically the basement downstairs. I have this whole thing to myself.
And so in California, we don't have basements like this, and obviously in Pennsylvania people do. So does your basement run the length of your house?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got this. Wow, man. I mean, I got to move to the Midwest or the Pennsylvania. I'm like, this is so awesome. We don't have this. I mean, this is amazing.
Yeah, it's this whole section down here. It just runs down, and then it actually goes around. Like there's my See, I'm gonna actually do a tour of everything, especially with the module.
God damn, son, that is one hell of a collection.
Yeah, it's huge. It's a lot. It's and the thing is, and that's just it's just this side. I have some on that side.
Now, do you know how many figures you have? Like, estimate, do you have like 500 figures? What do you got?
I think the last time I counted, I actually had a total of 480.
So, come on, I just guessed. That's pretty good.
Yeah, about
within 20.
Yep, 480 that I actually have right now.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I have a lot of figures, but I don't have. I had one great display once, and now I've got my module cases are dwarfed by what you have there.
Man, here's the thing. I appreciate and I love the module cases, but my thing is, again, these details are nostalgia to me in a way, and because it took me so much time to get the lighting perfect.
Yeah, but I would say that's what I love what you've done. I mean, you always see people with detoffs, but you've done something that's uniquely you, and what I love about it is how bright they are.
Yes,
like with the lights inside. Yes. Yeah, what you've done with the lighting, I mean, that is some dope ass display shit right there.
Like I'm literally like when I'm down here, I can literally turn off every other light and just leave these on.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's you've got your collection is amazing.
Yeah,
it's really. Oh, look at Mando. That's old. Wait, hang on.
That's the door still Mando.
Hang on, let's go full frame on you.
Oh wow, really?
Look, you're full frame. Look at that. I mean, you know what? I didn't get that one. I should have.
Oh.
I didn't.
But doesn't he come with the speeder bike now, Lael, or the Blurg or something like that?
Hang on, wait. Let me get you all on. So, Lael, tell us. Comes with a blurg.
It comes with the blurg,
Yeah, it does come with an actual blurg. Like they release it. You can actually pre-order it right now. That it actually comes with the blurg, so you can get that. You can get Quill with the blurg.
IG-11. Look at that.
There's IG, exactly. Yeah.
Wow, we've never seen your Hot Toys figures. I mean, you talk about them. I'm like, does she really have them? I had no idea. You do.
I have more in boxes. I just don't have enough room. I don't have enough room to put everything. I love you.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I love him. Yeah. You're happy to be here? Yes.
See, I feel like I'm with everyone. Like I live in it's a mess, and that's why I'm putting stuff on shelves or whatever. But my God, But seeing all the displays, I got to up my game. I've got 9 module cases. Now, tell me this, Lael, what do you think? I mean, no, when Justin gets 38 module cases, and they're beautifully done, like, now, what do you think about them? What are your feelings about module cases?
So I like module cases. That's why I basically have. Here's my thing, and Justin will probably kill me for this.
No.
I'm okay. I'm one that if you look at like I said, I'm gonna do a tour and I'll actually put it up. I'll do an actual tour and I'll put it up on my YouTube channel so everyone can see it. But my displays, each section has to tell a story. That's where it is for me. It has to tell a story. So I can't.
I love that philosophy that's great.
Yeah, I can't actually have I can't have my displays just jam-packed with figures just staying in museum poses. It has to tell a story. For me, it has to tell a story. So with my Maju cases, the way I actually have them, I don't have in certain sections of my cases, I don't have a lot of figures. It's telling a story. I created
now
the background, everything does. Yeah.
Now that said, I have to say, like I think Justin's Maju case displays are better than. Yeah, he's telling stories. I mean, I love my philosophy is this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get every figure because I collect I have a wide range of figures that I like.
Yeah.
I have Game of Thrones or movies or this, that, and the other thing. And to me, what what Young Bum does or Justin does, and like you telling a story, that's what I think is cool. So to me, I'm like I'm never gonna get every Avengers figure.
Yeah.
I have an Iron Man armor fetish, but I'm never going to get every Iron Man armor. I'm just not going to do it. I don't have the money or the inclination or whatever. So I buy what I want and I put stuff together. Now, to me, I want one Avengers display that exemplifies my love of the Avengers MCU franchise. So I can't, I'm not going to do Endgame, Infinity War, Civil War, this. I'll mix and match from all the eras and just give you my favorite things. The only Hulk Hot Toys figure I have is the very first one, and I love it.
Yeah,
I love that figure.
And that's the one thing that you just talked like that. The Hulk. So I told myself I refused to get Professor Hulk because that's not my Hulk. I didn't connect with that Hulk.
That's so good. Wait, hang on. Is that Hot Toys or is that Sideshow? It is Sideshow.
That's Sideshow. Yeah.
Yeah, Sideshow.
That Sideshow version is so good. Like literally, all right, here, and you know what? This is what I'm going to show you. This is probably one of the best.
He comes with 2 head sculpts.
God damn it! 3:30 in the morning. We're talking action figures. This is the best show ever. It's the best goddamn YouTube show
just
ever.
like you, Robert. A lot of my stuff is still in boxes. Like,
look at that! Oh, look at that! Oh, and that's Sideshow Luke, right?
Yes.
Yes, and this is also the actual Hoth. And this is the Empire Luke right here.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's Sideshow.
From Sideshow.
Yeah.
And this is probably one of the best pieces that Sideshow has ever created.
Ever done.
Like, literally ever done. I would never, ever give. Here's the thing. So Hot Toys is releasing this particular version.
I can't wait. I'm pre-order. I can't wait.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was really, really on the fence about it because I'm like, I already have this particular piece, but I do want to get that piece anyways because I mean, come on, it's Star Wars, and I want to.
Plus, if you buy the Jazzank Snowspeeder, you need 2 pilots.
Exactly, you do because you need. That's the thing. Come on, give us Dak. If you give us Dak to go in this co-pilot, come on, that's crazy.
All you need is a head sculpt, man.
Exactly. All you need is an actual head sculpt. But yeah, this is probably one of my favorite pieces that Sideshow has ever done. And again,
it looks incredible.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
A ton of people cosplaying on that this year.
Yes, they did. So
I also have a pair of leggings that match that. He wasn't expecting that, was he?
By the way, can I just talk about the diversity? We started talking about William Shatner. We went to talking about hot pussies and glory holes, and now
wet pussies.
Wet pussies. Well, hot pussies, wet pussies. All I know is I just love
hot
pussy
wet
in general.
Pussies. Yes.
And now we're ending on action figures. And by the way, has represented well. My God.
Yes.
Busting out.
Yeah.
The Mando Snowspeeder.
I haven't had a chance to open yet because, I don't have the display done right. I have detolfs in a box that have not been assembled. My best friend's going to put them together for me, but he hasn't done that.
Dude, I've been opening action figures I've been opening action figures for the last couple of days. Wow. I mean, even this, I showed this earlier, I'm like, I never opened, I mean, this is new. but I had to have this is in my Spider-Man display. It's going to be Tobey Maguire. It's going to be our man, but he's got to wear this. This is the only Spider-Man I have with this awesome head sculpt, which I love.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Hell yeah.
And I did open I've got my Tobey Maguire Spider-Man figure that is over there, and Justin's like, I don't like that figure because it was a cloth outfit and it looks like he has no neck. And I'm like, Justin, if you pose him down,
Rob, I'm gonna tell you.
Let me show you. It's all about the posing.
Spider-Man. See, this is what you got to get. Hold on, Rob. Hold on.
I can't wait to see. I know Liel was expecting his Miles Morales. Did he show it or did he get it?
Oh no, he got. You got to see his. Yeah. He got it. Bruh. Oh my God! I saw a glimpse. That was kind of like a girl when you're making out with her. She brushes across your crotch. Oh, look at that!
Wow.
Oh, come on,
that
man.
looks great. That looks great. That is amazing.
Wow,
I was just asking about that figure, Leia.
What a great figure that is.
I was like, did he get the Miles Morales figure?
You gotta get this figure.
It's
but that's
looking.
The video game Miles Morales, and it's so beautiful. My God! And you went all out. You took all of the accessories.
Yes, I actually have the bodega cat on his back. I have his scarf, and look, everything. I had to do it. I mean, you just cannot do it.
It looks incredible.
My God, you guys on the East Coast, it is 6:34 in the morning, and we are.
I don't know. I'm gonna pass out, Robert.
We're action figuring it up, yo.
You already know. I love this. Like, I love it, man. Like, literally. This is our passion, and we have a right to talk about.
Wow, look at that. I mean, you got that. Now, that's I have that one. That's the deluxe, right?
Yeah.
The deluxe, Oh, this is very funny.
First time I'm opening it. I haven't even opened it yet.
By the way, this audience is the best audience on YouTube. I just want to say that. I mean, you guys are great. Tom Jr. Jackson, who, by the way, who apparently he's been a member of this channel for 12 months. By the way, thank you, Tom, one of the great foundational members of the community. He says, welcome to Fully Articulated After Dark. My God, Tom, we are all goof people. And
we are all good
my
people.
God, we're welcome to Fully Articulated After Dark. I think we need an action figure show where we drink and talk politics and make it late night.
Let's go.
Come on, Fully Articulated After Dark. So, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, let me ask you both right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at how.
Yeah.
Now, is that from that figure? Is that the Mando figure? Wow.
It is the Mando figure.
Yeah. That looks fantastic.
Yeah, his head swivels, actually. It actually moves around a bit. But.
So, I would like to ask you a philosophical question.
I love you.
Oh, wait, no, it's okay. Look, I don't want to interrupt your love with Grogu. Don't want to do that. But I would ask the two of you, philosophically, why is it that action figure I know why I love action figures.
Yes.
But I would ask the two of you, what is it about action figures collecting, by the way, and not just collecting, but creating displays? Mm-hmm. Like, Lael, your display makes even me, I look at it, I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, I love it.
It's like being in a museum.
Yeah.
Why do it? What does it mean? Like, if someone says to you, like, I'm sure you've asked this, I mean, you've got the perfect woman who got it. But other people say, like, come on, bro, aren't you too old for toys?
Hell.
And I would say, oh, I know, but, so tell me, make the argument.
Make the argument?
Yeah, why do you love what you love? Why do you love action figures? What's the point?
So, okay, let's talk about this real quick.
Yeah.
Let's equate it to this. Why do most individuals who are sneaker collectors collect Jordans?
Good.
Why?
Okay, no. But hang on a second. I would posit to you it's a very different reason.
Could be.
I think because Jordans are a status. Action figures are imagination.
But, however, though, you have sneaker collectors. You have some sneaker collectors who are diehard sneaker collectors.
Yes.
Who collect these shoes and they have never worn them. They'll never wear them.
The tag's still on.
The tag's still on, and they'll basically display them. It's the same. It's nostalgia. It's basically having a piece of something that you love that represents you. My displays represent me as what I love, the things that I've loved over time, and to have a piece of that as a part of my life and to be able to display it and have a platform where we can all look at it, marvel over it, and enjoy it. But like I said, for me, it's just my display. I'm just point blank. It's me. My display is me. It's unique for me because it is me. It's who I am.
Right, but I have to drill down into this.
Go ahead.
And I have to say that I would say that what you call nostalgia, I would call storytelling.
Yes.
And I would say beyond just nostalgia, what you're collecting is a representation of a story that matters to you.
Exactly.
And I think that and for me, an action figure represents writing, directing, acting, costume design, special effects. It is a product. It's a product of artists that have created visions of their imagination.
Correct.
Now, those visions have permeated your subconscious. You know, you've loved them. Yes. And I think that it's important to recognize it's not just nostalgia.
It's
what
is storytelling.
It's storytelling. It's also positivity, triumph. You know, the individual. It's all about like. Well, when the going gets tough, folks, the tough get going. And in the case of you, Star Wars is your part of your jam, and by the way, I'm only saying this to get you to agree to me because I want to be able to use your agreement to further my own arguments when I have to explain, like, why am I buying something else?
When you say story, and when you say it is, and you're right, you're correct, because it is our way, not just to relive the stories that we know, but to also expand on it and tell our own interpretation of that story.
Dude,
so this is my way of taking that story and expanding it and creating my own interpretation. These are half of these things are scenes that you'll never see or you haven't seen on film,
right?
But it's my interpretation of what I think it would have gone, or how I think it should have gone, or how I would want it to go.
Well, that's what makes your displays great.
Exactly.
And you come in and we're all aware through pop culture of these things, but could you, by the way, you're starting a new show, right? Aren't you? Can you say this? Can you mention it?
Yeah, so like I said, whoever hasn't followed already, you can follow me at the 16 Scale Man YouTube channel. So it's 16 Scale Man YouTube channel. But I am actually, so what I'm doing is, because we talked about this sort of last night on the show, we have, individuals like Justin and Ryan. They are excellent content creators and they're excellent reviewers. They review figures, they pull them out the box, they go through accessories. Justin is such the consummate. He's a professional at this.
I love his work so much.
Yeah, he's been doing this for years, and he just has it to the point that is his niche. That's his thing. I can do that, but my passion, literally, and I say this because it is a passion. My passion is taking these figures and posing them and recreating certain scenes and pushing past.
I am right there with you.
So that's why I created a segment called Take Your Position. You know what I mean? It's Take Your Position. And that's mainly because...
By the way, that is a genius. Can we just stop for a second and talk about what a genius title that is?
Yeah.
Kudos to you, good sir, because Take Your Position, come on.
Yes. So it's Take Your Position. And on this show... It's a tutorial. So I'll be going through just different poses. I'll show maybe 2 or 3 different kind of poses. Also, if you are a museum poser, if you like to basically pose your figures in museum poses because you don't want to damage or you don't want to take away from the integrity, you want to actually preserve the integrity of a figure, then I'm going to show you how to take a museum pose and still give it presence. Just minor tweaks can still give it presence even in a museum pose. So
I gotta get IG-11.
Yeah.
Help! I don't know how to pose my IG-11. Wait! I can go to use your position and finally get the look I want out of my IG-11.
By the way, I'm going to record that and put it up. I'm going to make an ad for your show just using what just said.
Exactly. Right. Go ahead.
I actually really don't know how to pose.
Well, hang on. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Just pause there. Everyone pause for a moment. Pause.
Yeah.
So, hang on. Now, do what you just did one more time.
I have an IG-11 figure, but I have no idea how to pose it. I know what I'll do. I'll tune into use your position and learn how to really get the best pose out of my IG-11.
Oh my God. That was out fucking standing. I'm going to put some graphics on that and make it look like a local cable channel ad.
But it's true. I don't know how to pose.
I know, but that was so amazing. I'm just gonna make that into an ad, and I'm just gonna run it on the front of Robservations to promote Lael's channel.
Okay, cool.
Do that.
So all right. So you said that your IG-11. So this is what I'm going to do really, really quick, and I'm going to send this to Rob, and then I'll have Rob, if he can, I'm going to have him.
Hang on. Do I go full frame on this one?
Yeah, I'm gonna take. Well, I'm actually gonna take the picture while you guys talk, and I'm gonna send this picture to you. I'm gonna put it to you in Facebook, and then you can show whatever. So
I'll show it up.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a second.
All right. So I just want to talk about the original Star Wars, right?
Ooh.
So I have many versions of the original Star Wars on home video. Well, maybe here's from the original Star Wars. This is from the Team Negative 4K version of the original Star Wars, which I have on video. So there that is, yeah. And now here's another image that you don't see much. This is the original beginning of the Battle of Yavin. This is the model work, but most importantly, Mos Eisley Spaceport. You will notice there are no fucking weird things flying in the air. This is the original version of Star Wars, and it looks like a film print, and that's what I have. I have many versions of the original Star Wars on home video. And by the way, no, I will not share them. You cannot have them. But it's not good. It's not my favorite thing. So I'm going to you full frame. The lovely is here. Now let me ask you this: what about 500 watt? Like, what's going on? Does he contact you? Does he call you? Does he harass
you mean 200 watt studio?
Oh, I think he's 500 watt in my mind, but yes, 200 watt studio.
No, we're just friends.
Okay, just checking because I know you want to have a kid. I want to have the first Robservation baby.
Oh my goodness!
Just saying. Okay. Anyway,
that is very interesting.
Now that I've said that, now Lael is back.
Okay.
Yes.
So Rob, what I've done is I've sent you. If you go into your Facebook Messenger.
Oh, hang on.
I will. You a few pictures.
Hang on. I will do that. Let me just let me plug in some things.
And I'm gonna also send these to so she can actually have an idea.
Excellent.
So I'm going to send you these pictures because you talked about you know how to you're looking at how you want to display these figures. So I'm sending this to you now, and you'll get a chance to see them. So you'll see how I have my Mandalorian, heavy artillery Mandalorian, Mando, and I actually have the heavy infantry Mando, and I actually have IG-11 pose with baby Grogu in a detail.
Okay, so hang on now hang on. We got to come on, dude. You told like my God. Oh my God.
I
love it. Raw. Okay. Hang on. Hold on. I mean, okay. hang on. Oh, hang on. Let me just download. This is too good not to share.
Grogu's so happy. He just wants to be out there with
Lale,
Mando.
this is some amazing.
I love it, Lale.
Yeah, so that's just to kind of give you an idea. Like, so if you're looking for, and this is what I want to do. Like, I want to create these poses so at least you have an idea how to simplify it and tell the story in your detail. And like I said, even like those pieces that I got, like if you actually look at, because I created just like a small little diorama, but I got the moss and everything. I got that from Michaels and just put it in the detail.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's like when he was in season 1 when he was on the that planet Spangam.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name of the planet, and there were all those kids there, and he was playing and having a great time. That's what the moss reminds me of, because I want him to be happy.
Okay, wait. I mean, you guys, you see the live output. Can I just show this picture? Like, oh my God. I mean, can I just say we got IG-11, we got Mando, we got Grogu, and we got the heavy Mando. This is some serious posing. What a fantastic display. My God, sir. My God, you put all of us to shame. So let me ask you, I mean, look at that. Now I'm going to go in. That's just only one picture. I have to delve into everything you sent me, but what I love about what you've done with that pose is you've created action in stillness. I mean, obviously this is a still frame. It's a still frame, but you've created action and passion, and when people look at your display, they're like, "Oh my God, let's look at it again, shall we?"
Yeah.
I think we should, because my God, look at this. Bow down to this pose. My God, is this so amazing? It's so amazing.
At arms and ready to defend Grogu, and Grogu's just there, happy as can be, because he knows that they're all there to protect him.
He's
and
well protected,
yes,
now,
just
Lale,
a happy child. I love it.
Where'd you get the foliage, the purple and green? Is that like a model train store?
I got
it from Michaels.
Michaels
Art Supplies. I got it from Michael. I always go to Michaels to get the ideas. If I have an idea and I kind of want to just create like a small just rendition of a I want it, like I said, just to make a practical sort of like a diorama set or a piece and recreate a story. I just go to Michaels. I get all my stuff from Michaels. They're right up the road. I just go there and just grab certain things that I want. And that's exactly what I did.
And Leah, what is the name
with Grogu, huh?
What is the name of your new show?
It's called Take Your Position, and that will be on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. So Take Your Position. I have my first video up. Well, actually, no. If you go look through the channel, I have already a few videos up. I did Wonder Woman. I did Mando. So Take Your Position. I had a couple of videos, but now I'm just going deeper into it. I'm gonna release 2 videos a week of just different figures, some vintage, some like Grail pieces, some new. The next figure that I'll actually be doing is the Death Watch Mando. So that will actually be my next.
Do you already have that?
Yes, I do.
How is it? I mean,
bro, I haven't actually taken it out the box yet, because what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do an unboxing. I'm going to pull all the accessories out, and we're just going to do a pose session. So I'm just going to actually put that up and just pose it. That's what I'm going to focus mainly on right now, is just posing. That's.
I love it. I think it's a new way to enjoy your figures. It's also inspires imagination and creativity. Yeah. And obviously, people are going to be watching it, and they're going to be putting in the comments, "Hey, could you do another pose for us?" I mean, you're going to get tons of compliments and requests. This is going to be a great show.
I also have to say, man, I mean, I look at what you just sent me, the picture we showed. And what I love about it is it's so cinematic. Your poses are so, and you look at them and you create action in a still frame or a moment. I mean,
and they're coming towards you.
Yeah, it's hard to do. It's hard to it's different. Like Justin's collection's cool. I love seeing all of his stuff, but he's not doing what you're doing. You're doing something different, and. Your displays are these displays are so good.
I love it.
That's what I wanted to do, because the thing is, again, because Justin is a genius at unboxing. He what he does and how it's unparalleled. It can't be touched. The way he does it and how because he's inspired all of us. Like, he doesn't know it. He doesn't give himself the credit that he needs, but he has actually inspired all of us. As far as collecting. But for me,
he absolutely has.
Yeah, but for me, I wanted to focus more on just the posing aspect of it. I know that there are people who they're like, look, I just don't want to damage, and you don't have to. Like, that's why I said I want to take it from both sides. Posing, museum poses, but still giving it the presence that it needs, even as a museum pose. But then also showing you how dynamic you can get with those particular figures. You don't have to keep it that way, but just showing you how you can kind of play around with some ideas. But then also, even in a posing aspect, tell you the room temperature that you need to have to preserve it with these figures. Because the basement, for me, my basement is always at least between, I would say, 55 to 60 to 70 degrees. Actually, no, it's about 55 degrees down here. It's cool, it's nice, and it preserves, my poses in every figure that I actually have posed up, and they are dynamic poses, I have not damaged yet. None of them. Not one figure has been damaged. And I'm just showing you how you can do these things and still preserve the integrity of the actual figure. So that's why I wanted to actually just have a show dedicated to nothing but posing. And that's my area. That's where I think that I would probably excel the most there, because I have a passion for it. I love
and anyone that wants to get on YouTube, the best way is to do something that's uniquely you, that only you can do. So I mean, I look at your stuff I gotta put this. I love this one image. I have to download it because it's so damn cool. But I mean, it's just it's another version of what you already shown us. But my God, I look at this picture and I'm thinking to myself, wow. I mean, this is dope.
That's the thing. It's like, think about it from a story perspective. In your head, you already will have an idea. And that's why I always tell people, and when it comes to posing, you have so much source material that you can utilize to get the exact pose. Even like if you're watching a film, freeze it. If there's a scene that you want to recapture, freeze it. If you're a comic book collector, just go through your pages and you'll find different pieces that you can actually utilize to get the correct pose. So
I mean, this is a very slightly different picture than before, but you've squared it off more. I love this, and to me, this is why I love figures. I mean, this image creates, like, you want to see the movie that this pose came from. And then you have to tell someone, well, there is no movie that came from. But my God, is it so cool. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, Robert, I'm sorry, Robert, we're nearing 7 a.m.
Yes. I mean, we can end the show. It's almost 4 o'clock or 4 hours.
Well, can I show you one?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Let me think about that, Lael. Yes. Please do. Come on, how much fun. You know what? This is so much fun, isn't it? Aren't we having a great time?
We are, but I don't know how much longer I can stay awake.
Well, I know. Well, you got to go sleep. Come on.
Yeah.
You've been such a trooper, perhaps a scout trooper. I know, terrible. I don't mean to make awful puns, but yes, you have to go to bed. Where'd Lael? I mean, I hadn't seen.
He's getting something. He's going to get something.
I didn't realize his collection was that vast.
Yes, I thought you knew.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
It's got to be 100 figures.
My God,
easily 100 figures.
Oh my God, incredible.
And they're all posed. There's nothing haphazardly placed.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we tonight's been a great show. I don't know where Lael went,
but I don't have much more.
Lael's back.
Okay, so I'm gonna send these to you now. And then we can close off. But I just because these are.
I don't mean to cut you short. I want you to come back and we can talk about this and continue this conversation. But it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have done, as Gaff said at the end of Blade Runner, you've done a man's job, sir. So why don't we let you
No, but
go?
Lael has one more thing to show us before we go.
Yep,
Well,
I
know.
just sent it to Rob and we're done. I just sent it to
No,
him
I was just
already.
gonna say, but we could let you get if you. Now wait, you sent me on Facebook.
Oops! I sent it to the. I'll send it to you right now. Rob. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
In a world where Lael Rockwell sends me action figure photos.
I love it.
Here we go. I just sent it to you, Rob.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. This is the dopadelicaness of this is just too much to. Oh, look at this. Okay, so why don't you give us a little bit of a preamble? What is it we are about to see?
So what you're about to see is, again, my interpretation of what I thought, or actually, no, it's not even an interpretation. It's a reenactment of one scene from from Endgame between Cap and Thanos. And then there's also just my reenactment of a scene from Far From Home.
Okay, well, the first thing is let's just look at this. This is Cap fighting Thanos with a little Mysterio up above on the next shelf, but we won't talk about that. But my God, look at this. Now, let me ask you, Lael, this is Thanos. He's got his armor on. So is this the second? Like there's three. I don't have my third Thanos, but you've got the weapon there. This looks like a mix and match, but is this the Endgame Thanos without the helmet on? Which Thanos are we looking at here? So what is it? Tell us what it is.
This is the Endgame Thanos. This is actually not the battle damage, but this is the Endgame
Right.
Thanos. With the helmet off. The helmet, if you can actually see it sitting right there beside him, but this is the non-battle damage version of Thanos. This is the beginning. This is before, he got into like the heart and heat of the war itself. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to recreate this particular scene. And again, this is a huge figure, but you can fit it in the D-top. It just takes ingenuity.
Yeah.
You can fit it.
I just want to show. I just want to show it again because, I mean, I love what you've done here. Again, it's such a great action pose. I mean, it's. I love it. I love it. It's really great. And so, now I would ask you, when you're gonna pose your figures, do you do sketches or is it all intuitive?
It's all intuitive. I actually just, like I said, I mean, being a comic book collector for years, watching films for years, it's just like, mind you, like I said, I am an artist at heart, so I do draw a lot. I did, I was an artist as, younger, and I have friends that are artists, and, we just come from a very, very large art community. But, yeah, like, it's all from off the top, the way I see it, the way I dream it, the way I envision it. And I just want to create it a certain way. So I just do it.
I'm going to show, I got to show the Spider-Man Mysterio pose. I love this so much. I mean, it's so cool. It's simple, but it's also, what I love about it is you've created a moment in your DTOF here that has emotion and has power and energy and excitement. I mean, this is, man, I can't wait to see your show about posing figures, because you're creating is moments in time that might not have existed in the film, but they should have.
Yeah.
So
that's the point, is to create those moments that, we may have wanted to see, or it could have been scenes that were on the cutting room floor. That
of course.
Seen, so yeah.
No, it's amazing. Well, listen, kids. I think it's now 4 a.m. Lael, I'm glad you showed up. and it's great to have you here. I mean, I have to say these Friday night sessions with the two of you have become very important, right?
I love them.
Lael, maybe you'll help me with my IG-11 the next time you come on and help me pose because I need help.
Let's do it.
I just love the positivity here, the fact that we're celebrating things we love, which is great.
Yes.
So, first of all, let me ask you, where can people find you?
You can find me on the Burnettwork. I'll be streaming on Monday with the ladies from Toxic Femininity.
Ooh, really?
At 8 p.m. Yes, and I'll be streaming with Lael with under Uncivilized Scoundrels, the Star Wars show. Also on Thursdays, is it 9 o'clock, Lael?
9:15. Yeah, 9:15.
9:15, and of course you can always find me here at the Burnettwork, and every Friday at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Midnight Metal.
Midnight Metal. And Lael, I mean, one of my favorite people in the world since we've been streaming together. Where can people find you on social media?
Definitely. You can actually find me at the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. You can also find me at 1/6 Scale on Instagram as well. But on the YouTube channel, Mondays we have comic book talk with friends. So we talk all things comic on Monday nights at 9:15. It's me, my friend Vinny, Brendan Riley, and a host of other individuals, and my man Jason. So it's a couple of us that we actually sit down and we just dissect the comic universe from the MCU, DCEU, all aspects. Then on Wednesday nights we normally have Say What, where we actually just examine everything pop culture. Figures,
so good.
Everything. We just actually have an all-out discussion about everything, just pop culture, collectibles. That's what we're here for. And then on Thursday nights, every other Thursday, we actually have Uncivilized Scoundrels, which is everything dedicated to nothing but Star Wars. We have Star Wars talk from movies, collectibles, Disney Plus series, everything. We always talk Star Wars. So you can find us there. That's the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. If you haven't already subscribed, hey, it's an adventure. And on top of that, I'm gonna make it official that whenever ever there's a Midnight Metal, you can catch me here because come on, man, I love this show, man. I love this show,
and this show loves you.
I love this show, man. I love this show. This is the highlight of my weekend. This actually starts my weekend. This show. So yes, let's go.
Well, thank you for coming, Leo.
Yeah, I want to thank both of you. And I mean, people can find you here on the Burnettwork, as you've said. I just want to say that I love streaming with the two of you. I know I really do, because I think that that this is a bastion of positivity. I like it. I like that we, as the Ewoks once said, celebrate the love. Yup. They don't do that anymore, but they did at one point.
Yes, they did.
And we'll fill in that void. So I want to thank you both for being here. I want to thank the moderating staff. Darren Seeley is here. Well, Darren, you've been here. I don't know if anyone else is here.
Richard is there.
The Richard is. Oh, and I don't know if Bunyan Snipe is here, but I want to thank the Richard for being the Richard, obviously, and Darren C. My moderators, the Blue Wrench Brigade. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank the longtime imagination connoisseurs who support this show. Thank you for all the super chats and tips and everything you do that keeps us going. Very nice. And thank these two lovely guests. My God. Wait, go ahead.
And Robert, hopefully we're going to be seeing some PGS All-Stars and PGS Reviews episodes.
Yes, this week I got more stuff to put up. I've been remiss. I am sorry. They're all going to go up this weekend. Maybe I'll stay up right now and put one up. Yeah. I should do that. Because why not? And I want to thank you all for being here. We will be back tomorrow night for Midnight Metal with Dave Parker, where we are going to discuss the entire Halloween franchise to celebrate the release of Halloween Kills.
That's going to be awesome.
You know what? I once again, I already showed you my Halloween 3 box set.
That doesn't get the love. It needs to get. Come on, man! Everybody show that movie love. Halloween 3 was the classic.
It's so good. It's so good. And Dean Cundy, I saw it in the theater in 1982. how old am I? I don't know. Very old. But anyway, thank you, just the two of you lovely folks, for being here. And you know what? This is one of the more erudite midnight metal shows we've had. Thank God. So on that note, kids, I would say to all of you, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to all of you, have a better day. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Well,